Tere hommikust!
Good morning, dear guests and dear cooperation partners and interested parties, both you who are here in this hall and are watching us over internet. I'm very happy to welcome here to the annual conference of Fermi Energia, and today we're talking about nuclear is a solution. My name is Anu Koppel and I'm part of the Fermi Energia team and I'm one of the moderators today.
Everyone, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all here. Minu nimi on Diana Reviak.
My name is Diana Reviako and I'm also a member of the Fermi Energia team and the moderator today. So the main focus of today's conference is looking at the small nuclear reactor overview surveys we carried out last year, plans for the next year, and we're talking about the program of the Fermi small nuclear reactor. I'm very happy to note that there's so many people interested in this nuclear solution. We have about 230 people present, and we have a lot of people watching our live stream. Now talking about the practical side of the event. So people following the live stream and people present here can submit questions to the speakers using the Slido website, and the code is Fermi. In addition, we will answer all your questions later in writing, and we will post these answers on our website. You can follow the entire live stream on our website, and as on previous years, we have simultaneous interpretation available so that you can watch this event both in Estonian and English. And if you cannot follow a live stream, you can watch this event later. During the breaks, we have networking tables available where you can discuss different topics as in technology, HR, waste, and so forth. So you can join the table you're interested in and participate in the discussion. And a little bit more of important information. We have lunch from 12 to 1 p.m. and coffee break will be 3 p.m. and this will be 30 minutes break. And now I would like to invite here Member of the Parliament, Krister Michal, to come onto the stage for the opening presentation.
Nii, tervist!
Good morning. Dear participants, both here in this hall and also on the other side of the screens, dear organizers, energy war has changed the world. If so far it seemed to us that connections are enough in order to take care of the deficit, then due to this war, and the war is still ongoing, everybody has understood that we need new production capacity. So this is the first important point of departure. We need more production capacity. Another important factor is related to the climate. So regardless if people understand that their role has a realistic impact, like rubbish on the ground or plastic in the sea, or more broad impact as in CO2 in the atmosphere, then I believe that most people do not deny anymore that humans have an impact on the environment. It also provides input for energy, because the new energy has to be cleaner with a smaller footprint. It has to be more sustainable and more efficient, because this is the only way we can develop life further if we reduce the negative impact of our consumption. So these previous points of departure give us a direction where a small Estonia can move as we value clean nature. New production capacities are necessary for the development of the economy. More competitive price for the competitiveness is important because we compete with other countries, not only with each other. We need to be cleaner so that our children can manage everything better. When it comes to energy, then here, as it is everywhere in Europe, we will see a big boom of renewable energy sources. So if we're looking at the sun, wind, and sea, then these are all competing on the market for the benefit of the consumer. Estonia buys these products through underbidding. So that means that this is assured for the low price. We have been developing this system since 2016, and this is better for the consumers, because if the price is low, then there is no point of investing into production. Before, all sorts of benefits were paid out on the higher price. It worked the same way. When it comes to the renewable boom, we also need a possibility for storage, and we have to be connected to the continental Europe. And we also need to know what are the base capacity and what is the manageable capacity in the future. So this brings us our today's event, because we have to use all the knowledge we have in order to make a decision to use nuclear energy. There is a clear principle that we are making decisions based on the information we have, not based on ignorance. So this is ongoing, and we'll get summaries of comprehensive report how and where nuclear energy could be developed in this region. So this is planned for November this year. The private sector's initiative has a role to play, and timing is definitely important. And if the answer would be that we need nuclear power for Estonians' energy portfolio, then we have to answer the questions how quickly it can be done and what happens meanwhile. So we know that nuclear energy is emission-free, and we can cover the shortfall of Estonia's energy portfolio and also start exporting energy. But I don't think we really need to motivate you here, because we can only make the decision based on information we have, and we're still gathering the information. I wish you all the best, and I'm sure that we can hold this conference in some new production facility in the nearest future. And I hope that emission-free and suitable price for energy is available to all. Good luck to everybody, and thank you.
Suur tänu, Kristen.
Thank you very much, Kristen. And next, I would like to move on to the main topic today. And this is the choice of the small modular reactor technology, which is suitable for Estonia. Fermi Energia team and our partners have been working on this for months. And in this block, I would like to give you an overview of our considerations. And now the information on the choice of the technology will come from the founding member and the chairman of the board, Mr. Sandor Liive. Sandor, the floor is yours.
Tere hommikust kõik.
Good morning, everybody. Dear people participating, dear partners. Welcome to the 4th annual conference of Fermi Energia. Indeed, this is now the 4th time when we are holding the conference, and this is the 4th time for me to open this event. In my opening words, I have said more than once that Estonian future energy is based on wind, solar energy and nuclear power plant produced energy. And I've always said that if we're not building a nuclear power plant, then we have to take Russian gas. Now, Russian gas is no longer an option, and it will not be an option. Brutal aggression of Russia against the Ukrainian state and people have put an end to an opportunity to use Russian gas, even for the most naive friends of Russian gas, because we know that Nord Stream gas pipelines are full of seawater, not gas. Now, if we're looking at the price of electricity, as I've always said, then last year, 2022, the average price in Estonia was 193 euros per megawatt hour. A year before, it was half that, 87 euros per megawatt hour. And in 2020, electricity was 6 times cheaper, 34 euros per megawatt hour. And this huge increase of electricity price is caused by the huge increase of price of gas. Unfortunately, today, maybe temporarily or permanently, we don't know yet, it's pulled back a little bit. But still, we know that the electricity price goes up every day on these hours when the wind power, nuclear power, and solar energy is not enough. I believe that we can really stop talking about justifications. Why do we need a nuclear power plant? And we can focus on today's conference on the topic of how to build a nuclear power plant. In order to build a nuclear power plant, you need to do a lot of things, but also you need to choose the technology. Knowing the right technology, we can find a suitable location, train our staff, receive positive financing decisions, assess safety parameters, and carry out many other important things. So last year in December, we had invited 3 parties to participate in the bidding: US and Japanese joint venture General Electric Hitachi, UK Rolls-Royce, and USA NewScale have sent in their offers. And I would like to thank all 3 companies for a lot of work they have done, because we know that preparing these offers is a lot of work. So I would like to thank you, NewScale, Rolls-Royce, and GE Hitachi. And as the moderators have said, that the work has already been done. We have reviewed the bids, we have analyzed the bids, and I have the honor to announce today officially who has been chosen as the technology partner. Fermi Energia has chosen new generation small reactor nuke technology supplier, US company General Electric, and Japanese company Hitachi joint venture GE Hitachi, and the 300 megawatt 10th generation boiling water reactor, which is BWRX 300.
Jay Weilman and maybe other GE people, maybe you stand up, you show who you are, and these guys will deliver that. Thanks. Sellest reaktorist ja selle valimisest tuleb täna juttu.
We will talk about this reactor and choosing reactor in many presentations. So this will be discussed by GE Hitachi and Fermi Energia technology team. But I have 3 arguments here. So first of all, boiling water reactor has proven itself as a good, reliable workhorse of nuclear reactors. It's also been used by our neighbors in Finland, Olkiluoto 1 and 2, and also Swedish Forsmark nuclear reactor plant. All 3 reactors are boiling water reactors. We have 49 boiling water reactors in operation in the world today. So this technology has proven itself. And GE Hitachi has built over 60, and there are some other reactors which are still waiting their installations. So a lot of boiling water reactors have been built across the world. A lot of them are in operation. So this is the most important argument. This is a well-known technology. Second, this BWRX 300 reactor uses a lot of components which are used in working reactors, and the size of the rods and the type of rods is exactly the same as in many other boiling water reactors. So that means that this entire chain is existing and functional, and it has been proven. Third, BWRX 300 reactor construction in Canada, in 40 kilometers from Toronto, has already started, and the client is Ontario Power Company, which has a very strong nuclear competence. So there is another company in US which is also in the works. When in February 2020 held the first Fermi Energia conference, then in Europe, maybe we're not the only ones, but one of the first who were planning for small nuclear reactor. But today, this projects already exist in Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, the Netherlands, even in Finland and Sweden. Fermi Energia is no longer alone. And I would like to thank all the developers of small nuclear reactors. Together, we'll be stronger. And as I'm thanking already different people, I would like to continue. I would like to thank people of Estonia because according to the latest survey, 61% of you supports considerations for nuclear power plant in Estonia. I would like to thank the members of the government nuclear energy working group for the work they've done, and I would like to wish them all the best as they're developing the final report, which will be done by the end of the year. I would like to thank all the politicians and the parties who have included a nuclear power plant in your election programs. And I would like to thank Fermi Energia, all the existing and also future investors, because your contribution and faith in us has made it all possible. I would like to thank 21 employees of Fermi Energia for their daily hard work, because this is what makes this project move forward. And I would like to thank you all who have gathered in this room here, and I would like to thank you all watching us online, because we would not have a conference without all of you. So, and I hope you'll have a good conference event, and a year from now we are looking forward to hosting you on the 5th Fermi Energia conference. Thank you.
Aitäh, Sander.
Thank you very much, Sander. Now, I would like to give the floor to one of the very important partners of Fermi Energia and a strategic investor, Torbjörn Valborg, Senior President from Vattenfall. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And yeah, great to be here. And once again, Sander and Kalle, thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me this opportunity to talk here today. So, I would like to talk a little bit, well, let's go back to that slide. SMR's role in fossil-free living within one generation. To make it possible to live fossil-free within one generation, that is a promise that Vattenfall has given its customers and the society. And this is something that we take very seriously. I would like to give you also a little bit about the background. Electrification. This slide is specific for Sweden, but I would say it's very similar for most countries in Central and Western Europe and many countries elsewhere. Electrification started more than 100 years ago. It went quite slowly in the beginning, as you can see. But then, during the 40s, 50s, 60s, we developed hydropower, we developed nuclear power, and we saw a quite steep increase in the electricity demand. But then, during the 1990s and lasting, I would say, more or less 30 years, very slow development, or even no development at all. So very steady demand. But what we see now is a very steep increase again. And this is the result, or this is something that has to happen in order to combat climate change. The energy industry in Sweden today is not emitting any CO2. We are already fossil-free. However, Sweden, as many other countries, has a lot of heavy industry. And that industry is emitting a lot of CO2. So the conclusion here is to decarbonize the industry. Not the energy industry in the Swedish case, but the other industry. And to do that, it requires a lot of hydrogen. And to produce hydrogen in a fossil-free way, it requires a lot of fossil-free electricity. So we believe now in Sweden, and this is confirmed by several different studies, that the electricity consumption from now and until 2045, 2050 will double. And to do that, I mean, it's more or less doing what we have done in 100 years, we have to do now in 15, 20 years. So it's a really big challenge. So that's what we have in front of us. And of course, it's a big challenge, but we also feel very, committed to do this and excited about it, because it also, of course, also opens up many opportunities. So what is it that has to be decarbonized? Well, in Sweden, we have a big steel sector and metallurgical sector. Vattenfall, together with 2 steel companies in Sweden, just recently produced the world's first fossil-free steel, something that we are extremely proud about. But this is just a pilot project. To do this in a commercial scale requires a lot of energy, a lot of electricity, and fossil-free electricity, in order to produce hydrogen to put into the process. There are also other industries, mining industry, but we also see chemical industry, petrochemical industry, and of course the transport sector. That's this charging pole here that symbolizes the transport sector. But of course we are not only talking about electrical cars, we're also talking about synthetic fuel for aviation industry, for example. So this will require a lot of electricity, and what we see is that we will need all the different fossil-free energy sources that are available. In Sweden, we have a very good starting position because we have a lot of hydropower. Today, roughly 40–50% of the electricity demand is covered by hydropower. We already have nuclear power. We are building out the wind power. Even solar is getting, let's say, a position in the Swedish electricity system. But what we see, and a lot of studies also confirm this, is that just to build out wind power and solar is not enough. We need to build out also nuclear. Why do we not build out hydro? Well, because of environmental concerns. I would say it's more or less impossible to build out the hydropower in Sweden today. And I know that it's the same in many European countries. So the challenge is now to, after 30 years of not building anything, or even 40 years of not building any nuclear, start up to build some kind of, to start up a nuclear program again in Sweden. We are committed to do this. We have now a government in Sweden which is very much supporting nuclear power. And we have just recently started up our own SMR feasibility study. We are looking at deploying at least 2 small modular reactors at the Ringhals nuclear power station, where we already have 2 reactors in operation. So why are we looking at small modular reactors then? And I would like to underline also that we are not excluding large-scale reactors at this point in time. But we believe that small modular reactors are very interesting. They offer much more than just electricity. District heating, I mean heat. Sometimes we tend to believe that it's the electricity production sector that is a big problem on the continental Europe and many places in the world, the big emitter of CO2. But as a matter of fact, the heating sector is an even bigger challenge. So, for instance, building small modular reactors for district heating, I think that is something that we will see in many countries, most likely not in Sweden, but elsewhere. In Sweden, we are more looking at the electricity production and combined with hydrogen production. And as many of you know, it is possible to produce hydrogen in a more efficient way if you can also use steam or heat from a nuclear reactor. And this is an area where I think the small modular reactors can play a very important role in the future, in Sweden, but also elsewhere. Desalination of seawater is, of course, another area, which is, again, in Sweden, not a priority, but in many places in the world. There are a lot of advantages with small modular reactors, of course. I mean, the financial commitment is much smaller than for a large-scale reactor. We see also that many of the developers of different designs have really focused on simplifying the design, using less components, etc. I think that is absolutely a step or steps in the right direction. Shorter project time, construction time, instead of 7-8 years. Small modular reactors talking about 2 to 4. Let's see. I mean, it's something that has to be proven, but it sounds very promising. Passive safety systems is, of course, something that we have dreamt on for a long time. Flexible integration, which is also important in many places. I mean, it's difficult to put in a 15 or 1600 megawatt reactor in the network. 300 megawatt units, for instance, much easier to find suitable places where these can connect to the national grids. And of course, serial production. I mean, that is the key here, I think, for the small modular reactors to be able to produce them in big numbers to get the costs down. And all this is very exciting, and we are following the process very closely. And we are following the process not at least as a partner to Fermi. You know, we are co-owners and a very active partner, trying to support with the experience and the knowledge that we have from operating nuclear reactors for more than 40 years. But we also learn in the cooperation with Fermi. So some of the learnings from the Fermi project we can also bring with us to Sweden and in the project that we are developing now in Ringhals. So again, thank you very much for very good cooperation with Fermi. And now I think you also have a better understanding why Vattenfall is a partner and a very committed partner to Fermi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Torbjörn. Aitäh Torbjörnile veel kord.
Thank you again. Now I would like to give the floor to General Electric Hitachi, the Chosen Technology President Jay Wildman. The floor is yours.
Thank you to everyone. What an exciting day for us at GE Hitachi. I am really honored to be here today to celebrate the technical selection of the BWRX 300 small modular reactor. GE Hitachi and Fermi Energia have worked together since 2019 when we had an agreement reached to collaborate on the potential deployment applications for the BWRX 300 to help Estonia fulfill its energy security and climate goals. The collaboration advanced in 2021 when the two parties entered into a teaming agreement to work together in key areas including licensing and supply chain development. And I'm excited that we'll be working even more closely moving forward as we bring this carbon-free generation technology to Estonia. Fermi and Estonia represent an evolving market potential for small modular reactors where private entrepreneurs and utilities cooperate to accelerate their shared missions. Fermi is also an example of the trend of international cooperation, creating a network effect in the industry with partnerships both in Europe and North America. This not only benefits Fermi with Estonia becoming a nuclear energy nation, but also everyone else in expanding the network of partners. We will all grow together. Advanced nuclear technologies like the BWRX 300 are a key pillar of GE's energy transition. With this technology, we're leading the industry into the future. The BWRX 300 leverages a unique combination of existing fuel, plant simplifications, ultra simplifications, proven components, and a design based on an already licensed reactor. Fermi recognizes, as other European customers do, that the competitive benefits of the BWRX 300 are low project risk, cost competitive, and quickest to market SMR. The BWRX-300 is a technology that works for both industrial applications as well as for utility need. It provides baseload power and the ability to integrate with solar and wind power, which is why it fits so well within the European transition that's happening in Central and Eastern Europe. As we've seen across Europe and more so in Eastern Europe, energy security is best achieved by fast deployment of reliable and affordable generations. There have been several exciting developments recently with our SMR technology. Just last month, GE Hitachi, Ontario Power Generation, and SNC-Lavalin and AECON announced a contract to build the BWRX-300 at OPG's Darlington site. It's the first commercial contract for a grid-scale SMR in North America and solidifies our position as the leading SMR technology provider globally. Other utilities have also selected our technology, including Tennessee Valley Authority in the U.S. and Sask Power in Canada. Regulators in Canada and the U.S. are cooperating in the licensing of this technology, and I hope that continues to expand to regulators throughout Europe as well. In the UK, we've begun the generic design assessment process, and we look forward to engaging regulators there and collaborating with their global counterparts. In Poland, Orlen Synthos Green Energy has started the pre-licensing process. OSGE plans to deploy a fleet of BWR-300s in Poland. As the world looks to adopt SMR technology to help achieve energy and security objectives, we are honored to be working with so many great partners like Fermi. Fermi set out an ambitious schedule, and we look forward to working very closely with them as partners to support the commercial operation as soon as possible. Welcome to the BWRX-300 family. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I think all of Fermi's team is looking forward to the close cooperation with GE Hitachi in the future. Järgmistele esinejatele saab esitada küsimusi kas Liidos, kindlasti ka.
You can ask questions from our next speakers using the Slido platform. But now we are going to hear about the process of the SMR technology selection, and we will hear from Martti Jeltsov, CTO of Fermi Energia.
Tere!
Good morning, dear friends, dear partners from Estonia, from abroad, those of you here in the room with us, and those of you listening online. I'm glad to see so many people who are interested in nuclear energy. In the following minutes, I'm going to give an overview of how we chose this specific supplier for technology. It was a long and thorough process, but before we describe the selection of this specific reactor, I want to say that we chose much more than just a reactor. A choice of technology sounds like we are choosing one device, but there is a lot more. There are a lot of systems and processes surrounding this one reactor, as well as a lot of people working there. Not only the reactor, but the entire plant has to go through a permit procedure. There needs to be a site that is found, and it needs to be constructed. This is a process of many years, so we found a partner who is going to support us and who we are going to collaborate with for the next 40, 50, 60, or even 100 years to come. At Fermi Energia, we have researched technologies for a long time, ever since the company was founded. In 2020, and there were more than 70 different types of small modular reactors. And in our first year of operation in 2019, we carried out a mapping of existing technologies as well as an assessment of these in partnership with our partner Truck Devil from Belgium. Here on this slide, you can see that starting from 50 designs, we narrowed it down to 4 designs. There were 2 different types of reactor technologies. There were recommendations for implementation in the 30s and implementation in the longer term, in the 4th generation. So in the context of water-cooled reactors, we filtered out NuScale and Hitachi. Soon enough, we also added the Rolls-Royce SMR into the selected 3. These were the candidates that we chose from in detail. But why is it important to choose the technology for a reactor now? Why didn't we choose it in 2019, and why are we not choosing it in 3 years? It is important now because a clear and concrete technology is important in order to carry out the planning procedure. Our project has got to a phase where decisions need to be specific, and this can only happen if we have chosen the technology. This is something that needs to be right for several decades. There need to be a choice of site, safety analysis, permit procedure process. This will provide certainty and credibility for all parties, the developers, suppliers, investors, and it will help to make sure that we will be on schedule and reach the goal of producing affordable and safe nuclear energy for our consumers. Today is not the time to define the final price of the reactor or to sign any contracts for construction. Today, it is important to put together a detailed plan of how to reach our goals. Now, about the selection process. General Electric Hitachi has been our reference technology since 2020. But of course, we had to evaluate what was present in the market of small modular nuclear reactors. So in December last year, we sent out requests for offers to 3 partners, GEH, Rolls-Royce, and NuScale. We got very detailed offers and in collaboration with our specialists from Fermi, but also external specialists, we assessed these offers in detail. It was a several-month-long process. So how did we evaluate these offers? We had to take into account different aspects, such as the state of electricity market at the moment, but also the long-term prospects. We assessed the existing technology, the level of development of the technology, and also the ability of the supplier to supply this technology and to help and support us with operation in the future. It was also very important to evaluate the supply chain to make sure that the components were being it was possible to build the components and that Estonian companies could also be part of the supply chain. I can see in this room a lot of Estonian partners who we have worked with for a long time, and I believe that Estonian companies will play a very important role in the deployment of this plant. But safety is even more important. So we looked at the safety of these reactors in depth. We engaged external partners who were aware of boiling water reactors and pressure water reactors and their technologies. We carried out a detailed safety assessment looking in depth at the technologies, but also making sure that the reactors complied with European nuclear safety regulations, including the Western Europe Nuclear Safety Authority. We ensured that all the technologies were able to get safety permit in Europe, and all of these 3 candidates complied with these safety requirements. Looking at the technology now, we had a lot of criteria. Of course, the technical aspects, how far the design had been developed, whether the reactor was compatible with the Estonian grid in terms of capacity, how big was the land use, water use, cooling solutions, permit procedure and references were also very important. We would not create a new solution in Estonia. We wanted to use processes that had already been used before in Estonia, and we found out that we were not the first in Europe to use this process. The existence of construction permits was very important. Components and constructability was also very important for us. Components need to be purchased, and we assessed the feasibility part by part. Operations and life cycle. During the operations, routine maintenance is the main activity, and this is minimal. The exchange of fuel is, however, the crucial part of a nuclear power plant operation, and this had to work very well. We want to make sure that this reactor is able to produce electricity to a good quality for a long time. So we asked questions in relation to that. Our partners ensured that all the technologies were safe and secure. Now, regarding feasibility and timeline, I repeat that we want to start producing electricity by Christmas 2031. So we asked questions about the capacity of technology provider to fulfill this timeline. And one of the important criteria to answer this question was the existence of clients. We are observing all the processes in detail, and here in this picture you can also see an application for a license to construct a reactor facility. And this reactor project is complete. It means that it is feasible to construct it. There are still details to figure out, but the feasibility has been confirmed. Regarding economic aspects, of course, there are still some elements to clarify, but it was important for us to ensure that we were able to offer affordable and safe energy with any weather. So we needed to evaluate capital expenditures and their accrual over time, but also operation costs. The plant should be operable for up to 100 years, and the expenses still need to be analyzed in detail. As I mentioned, we also want to engage as many Estonian companies as possible and create added value. In brief, it is very important to choose the technology in a timely manner so that we could meet the timeline in applying for permits, finding the construction sites. We choose the very thorough method approved by the International Atom Organization to assess these offers. And we also had internal assessment processes which were very detailed. All these 3 offers were very good. They were based on mature technologies. This was one of the most important criteria for us. We are convinced that all the reactors that we chose from are safe and secure, but taking into account the criteria by Fermi Energia and considering the acute nature of energy issues, we chose the General Electric Hitachi BWRX 300. So what comes next? What do we need to do to produce electricity by Christmas 2031? We need to discuss the contracts timelines in more detail with the technology supplier, distribute work processes, financial questions. This is the work that starts today. We need to identify the construction site. The technology has been chosen, but we are yet to choose the construction site. This is important so that we could carry out a detailed planning here in Estonia. We have heard many news about detailed plans not being developed as fast as is required in the energy sector. And we, on our side, will try to make this process as smooth as possible by offering very clear plans and making clear choices. This will be followed up by a verification of whether the project meets all the requirements. This is supported by our partners in Europe. And we will also train human resources. This has already been started. We are carrying out trainings in partnership with local and foreign universities. A lot of work has been done, but there is still a lot ahead. I would like to thank you again for your interest in nuclear energy. There are indeed a lot of us. We can do it. Thank you.
Aitäh, Martile.
Thank you very much. And as promised, we'll take some questions as well. So first question. Why do you choose a reactor which is based on previously licensed design, but which has never been built anywhere in the world? So maybe you will also explain this SPVR technology. So this is the big brother of the chosen reactor 300. So SPVR is 1500, so it's 5 times bigger. And General Electric developed this technology. This has not been built because it was a large-scale reactor, but we were looking for a small modular reactor. So therefore, we chose the small one. It's economic, simplified boiling water reactor. So why we made this choice, or why it was X300? Because the question was that it was never built. So is this an issue? I believe that it could be difficult to find clients for large-scale reactors because they pose their own challenges. But in Estonia, we don't really have this choice because considering the size of our grid and our country, we have to look at the small reactors because ESPWR was never a choice. Now, one question which you was on the slides as well. Why these 3 technologies were under consideration? Why not molten salt or lead cooling? As I said, 2019 technology choice, if you look at the molten salt reactors, then they were as an option, but more of a longer term. Because back then and today, we, of course, consider very carefully who to invite to tender. And when it comes to the molten salt reactor, this technology would not be ready for that time because there are many technical issues and licensing which are part of it. And so there's still a certification process which has to happen. So there are many problems. But when we need to have this technology ready, this technology is not yet mature. One more question. You mentioned that in addition to the reactor technology, it is also important to look at the supplier as a company. So what were the strengths of GE Hitachi? If you talk about the boiling water reactors, then all these figures which has been mentioned, that we know that 50 have been are already in operation, about 100 been built. And so this boiling water reactors are mostly coming from this supplier. Either they've been built by them or it's been licensed by them. So this supplier has deployed, operated. We already have a 10th generation. When it comes to the boiling water reactor, it's quite a simple nuclear reactor, so to say. And during the life cycle, the maintenance is important because we can build it, but operation is important. And General Electric has built and operated their own boiling water reactors and many others. So the company has a lot of experience in this industry. They can offer life cycle services. Thank you very much.
Järgmises blogis palume.
And the next speaker is for Fermi own staff, and they can describe different aspects which are all linked to the nuclear program. So first I would like to invite here member of the board, Henri Ormus, regarding the deployment program planning and execution.
Tere hommikust kõigile. Suur rõõm on näha.
Good morning. I'm so happy to see so many people here, colleagues and partners and people who are interested in nuclear energy. So I would like to welcome all who are watching us over internet. So now I'll give you an overview of the deployment program and execution. As it's been said, Fermi Energia co-founder, a member of the board, and I'm responsible for the deployment program and also for the human resource development in Estonia. And I studied in Sweden, nuclear energy. I did my traineeship in the United States. 11 years I worked in Finland. And a year ago, with my family, we moved back to Estonia. So to do something important here. But let's look at the deployment program and let's look at the bigger picture. So if you have kept an eye on what we've been doing and you've seen this timeline, then I would like to mention once again. So where we are at the moment, because now if I start from the end, by year 31, as Martti said, we are planning to produce electricity. Before that, 4 years, we have the deployment construction. Before that, there is licensing. But before that, we have to prepare. We need to have a planning permission. We need to find the site. We need to have a regulator. We need to have proper staff, regulations to be developed. And we need to plan a detailed project, preliminary projects planned, so everything has to be developed. As you can see, this choice of a technology looks like we are at the beginning of the process, but we made the decision and bring this decision forward. Why? Because in order to have certainty in the project, So it'll be possible to have earlier and more detailed planning based on the existing technology, because every technology is a little bit specific and every technology has its own nuances. And I'm very happy that we're able to successfully establish a suitable technology. But let's look at the greater detail. So first of all, last year we developed our deployment program. So I'll show you a few of the points here. But for the deployment program, we need to establish our cornerstones. So here we have different important parts. So this is important for us to look into. For example, stakeholders. We have to make sure that stakeholder expectations are met. Looking at the different project phases, we have objectives established, so we know what we need to do and when. For the power plant itself, that all the requirements have been fulfilled and they've been described. So looking at the organization, then the planning has been in place, people have been trained and prepared. And the entire recruitment would have been carried out. From the project point of view, so when it comes to the deployment projects, we have many, so that all these would be within the timetable. When it comes to the production, we have to be prepared. We have to have operators and people, so we'll be ready for production. So we have trained operators and maintenance teams, or we have contracts concluded with our external partners for carrying out these works. Risks will need to be mapped all the time. And at the end, as you can see, we need to be able to produce electricity, creating adding value to the society. This is our grand objective, to create added value for the society and electricity at a reasonable price. So this is our main objective. It is important for us to move on step by step and according to the plan. But now if we're looking at the objectives of the organizations, so we have distributed all these tasks to the different stages of the organization. So these are the main objectives, what has to be done and when. So I'm happy to have Timo Okkonen somewhere here as well, who is our advisor and partner, and who has helped us to develop this program plan. He has had a long-term experience in different nuclear energy projects in Finland. We have set the targets for the organization on different stages. So we've done the first phase, and now we are in the planning and the setup phase. So with the technology supplier, we can develop more detailed plans. Then after that, we have construction and commissioning, and then operation. We have looked at the development of the organization and planned for it. So here we have a very busy picture how these different parts of the organization could grow. So I'll show a little bit more detailed pictures as well. What is important for us to have the big picture in place, because then it's easier to get involved in the different details, and then coming back to this bigger picture. So we would not get lost in these details. It's important to have the good quality management. So we are developing a quality management system already now. So this is planned so we would know exactly what are the different processes and procedures and guidelines need to be placed in a certain phase. So we have our development plan. So not everything has to be done right now, but we have to know when we have to do what, and then these people and partners have to be included if we can't do it ourselves. So what are the next steps when it comes to the execution of the deployment program? So we need to plan for the detailed execution of first 2 reactors. And this is quite a bit of a work. So this is the preliminary work which has to be done. And if this is done well, then it's possible to successfully deploy this project. Here we have the SWECO first draft for a power plant with 2 reactors. As Martti mentioned, then the next one is working with the GE Hitachi, and we need to have the contract in place. So that means we have the project consortium in place, developing the draft contract and the principles, developing a project timeline, then preliminary design and the site-based design and exact budgeting. And then we have to have licensing and preliminary safety assessment. Then we have to have our national planning permission. We need to prepare for that. We have to involve Estonian companies so they'll be ready to enter the project at a suitable time. We are cooperating with many companies already. We have ongoing training programs, and they have to be developed and extended, and then recruitment. Because we already have quite a lot of people, over 20, and we have more and more people hired all the time. Then we have many other preparatory works, analysis, and plans. But now let's look at the competencies development in greater detail. So this is one of the questions which is often asked. Where do you get these people? Because in Estonia do not have experience in nuclear energy. So where do you have this army of nuclear physicists? But what we often don't know, that when it comes to the nuclear industry, maybe only 20% of the people have the nuclear energy experience or have this education or training, and 80% of people working in this sector have conventional competencies, electrical engineers, automatician, chemists, mechanical engineers, process engineers. So these are all the people who already exist in our industrial sector, and with a little bit of retraining, we can include them in our project. Operators of a nuclear power plant. They usually have vocational education, and we had a very nice meeting last autumn when we visited Olkiluoto nuclear power plant. Anna Nieminen, who was an operator, and she was the first female nuclear operator. But she used to be a nurse, but she wanted to have a change in her career, and she retrained, and now she's a nuclear power plant operator. So this is not a rocket science, apparently. So what are the needs for the employees? Blue, we have the owner and the operators' human resource needs. For the first reactor, this is light blue. And for the second reactor, we add personnel needs from the owner's point of view, which is around 200 people. Orange, so this is the supervisory tasks. If the first reactor has been built, then we need about 30 people. And when the second reactor has been built a couple of years later, then this is this yellowish color on the picture. So this is the additional regulatory need. So with Vattenfall, with our partner, we have been carrying out these works. And on the next slide, so this is an example of the recruitment plan and training need. Here we have a table. So this shows us all the competencies which the operator might need. So here we have also recruitment strategies. So these are the codes on top. And then how people should be recruited and what kind of training they need. Then we have different stages. How many people we need in a certain project phase. But let's look at one example. What's behind this table? Let's look at the quality management. Okay, we're looking at the quality management. So yeah, 2025, we need to hire or recruit 2 people, so of full-time equivalent. Year 2028, we need to hire 3 consultants who are involved in this topic, and then these contracts will be finished by year 31. So this is the detailed approach to all the competencies. When do we need what kind of professions? What are we doing already now? Fermi is already 4 years old, so we've been organizing lectures in different universities. We have contemporary nuclear energy as a subject, reactor physics in University of Technology. In Tartu, we had the first nuclear technology seminar, which was very successful class. Students liked it. And with TalTech Viru County College, we are planning to develop a new subject. We have summer and autumn schools 4 times. Over 150 young people have participated. And now we have a first student who went to Sweden to study nuclear energy. So this is a long-term process to find the young people for this field. We are issuing Fermi Energia grants. So every year we have 2 grants for nuclear energy studies abroad, so to bring the state-of-the-art knowledge to Estonia. So we pay them for 2 years, 1,000 euros per month, so they can finance their studies. Then we have Anto Rauka's grant in cooperation with the Academy of Sciences for the Viru County young people studies in the field of energy and physics. So this is to promote this field. Then we have lectures in Estonian schools. So we have gone to over 60 basic education schools and talking to young people about the nuclear energy. So Estonian young people are very interested, very supportive, very smart. It's good to see. We have different seminars held in power plants and visits to power plants. We have annual conference like this one here, a book on Fermi Energia, and then training programs for our staff. So these are very important, and many of our employees have been trained already, or they're going to go to the training organized by the International Atomic Energy Agency or partners in KSU in Sweden or US GE Hitachi. So because we have people who attend the trainings there. So we have some photos of the last week. We started the TalTech University of Technology Nuclear Energy course. And this room was so full of young people that we ran out of seats. We had to bring more seats in because the interest of young people is very high. So this is very positive. What are the next steps? We have a lot of work yet to be done because we need more detailed staffing plans in cooperation with the GE Hitachi. We need to have additional subjects for Estonian universities, retraining and continuous education program, which is aimed for people who are already involved in the industry to bring them into the nuclear energy. So we are planning this in cooperation with the Swedish KSU and the University of Technology, Viru County College. And then recruitment and training for operators in cooperation again with GE Hitachi and KSU. To sum up, now looking at all these topics here, everything which has been listed in the program plan, we need to be working on all these stages constantly. Stakeholders are involved so that expectations will be clear. All the project phases have been planned and targets have been defined. Plant technology selected, safety evaluations are ongoing. Organization, recruitment and training is proceeding as planned. Now for projects, we have started planning with the vendor, then production, market studies, consumers show that consumers are interested because we want to have a stable supply of energy in good price, and risks have to be analyzed, prioritized and managed. So a lot of work has been done, but a lot is yet to be done. And as Martti has said, but we are continuing according to the plan, step by step. And we have a really cool team. And we have a plan to take Estonian energy to the 21st century. Thank you very much, and I'll take the questions now. Thank you very much, Henry. And now we'll move on to the questions. So first of all, talking about risks, which you just mentioned. So a combined question. So in Canada, the first reactor will be delayed for years. So how large scale is the threat? And when you answer, what are the other project-based larger threats? We have a certain buffer, or there is a sort of time lag that we have assumed a certain distance. It's okay, there is a bit of a lag. But we have chosen technology supplier who is capable, and OPG, and who owns many power plants in Canada. They have very competent and strong organization for running of this project. So I would not be too concerned. We do have some buffers. So this is a risk which has to be taken into account. And if this risk is then, if this risk materializes, it will. There's nothing we can do about it, but certain other risks where we can do something about it, then we need to work on it. Of course, there are different risks. So, of course, when you are using technology for the first time, there might be delays because you don't know until it has been deployed. And of course, risk, as Martti mentioned, special planning permission by the government. Planning process might take time. We do know, based on our experience, they might get stuck. And we have to take these risks into account, and this delays the project. We have different political risks. And we have to be proactive and think in advance so we can be prepared so that we can mitigate these risks. And the second question, part of the question, that are we then the first one to deploy it, or do you want to postpone it? But I understood you answered that you'd rather than follow the plan. Regarding the training of people, every year we send students abroad to study and to support them with grants. So how many students do you need to send abroad that it will be sufficient for our nuclear program? As I said at the beginning, people with a nuclear background, we need about 20%. The number of students is not very large. It will be enough to have about 20 or 30 people who would have nuclear training, and this will cover, because right now we already have a lot of people who have had nuclear energy education who work for Fermi, and some of them are still outside in the world where we have to bring them back in. So there was a question, can you study in Estonia as well, a nuclear energy subject, and how I can get a job in Fermi. So what kind of profile are you looking for? Who would like to employ? Then project planning, project management, implementation. If you look a couple of years in advance, this is the competence. We have trainees every summer. Info at Fermi, you can write to me, we'll contact you. We will have a traineeship program as well this spring, so it'll be up on our website. So there are opportunities, and the profile is very extensive. What kind of people do we need? Thank you for these answers.
Aitäh ja liigume nüüd edasi.
Thank you, and let us move on. I would like to repeat what Henry and colleagues said, that a lot of work has been done, but there is still a lot ahead. But in order to be functional, we need to talk about financing. How are we planning to finance the construction of a nuclear power plant, and what is Fermi Energia's vision? I would like to give the floor now to Peter Treialt, the CFO of Fermi Energia. Good morning. I'm very pleased to see you all here. When I was listening to Henry's speech, I was thinking, how much have you invested in Fermi by now? The amount is about 300,000 if we consider your presence and the cost of your time today. So how do we finance nuclear energy? Fermi has one of the simplest business models that I have seen in the past 30 years. We produce energy and then we sell it. Quite simple. There are quite a few organizations working in a much more complicated way. But we want to do this in the next 10 years, and this brings me to talking about the financing methods. Fermi is not a state. Fermi is not an existing historic utility, a large existing energy company. So historically, this kind of companies are financed using project-based financing. In the nuclear energy sector, this would be a challenge. It is not something that has been done before, but the prerequisites have been fulfilled, and one of the questions to ask is what to do. We need to spend time on construction, and once we finish the construction, the plant will be operative for the coming 40, 50, 60 years. So how should we finance it? At the end of the day, we can simply use equity. This is not something that has historically been done, and most companies do not want to do that because equity is quite expensive. If we consider the construction costs, if we invest our own money and we want to make money from it, it would increase the electricity prices quite a lot. So we should look at loans and bonds. Again, these both have their own challenges. Loans tend to have a period of 20 months and bonds around the same. But the life cycle of a nuclear power plant is more than 60 years. So we would pay back our loans in the first 20 years, and the next years we would not need to make any spend any costs ourselves. This makes it quite profitable. But the problem again is the first years. So to begin with, the biggest issue is time and money to begin with. But we will overcome that. Historically, states have financed nuclear power plants. Some large monopolies have done it as well, existing cash flows. And one unique example that we can see in the world is the Mankala system from Finland, a large company cooperative financing. This is something that has been used for nearly 100 years. And it also financed the latest nuclear power plant constructions in Finland. So large companies covered the cost of nuclear power plant construction. They got the electricity from there and used it for their own needs or resold it. But it covered the costs of the nuclear power plant. In Estonia, unfortunately, we do not have such large enterprises that would be able to cover the construction costs of such a large project. These are the financing opportunities that have been used elsewhere, and they can give us some indicators, but again, we must find our own way and use that. So, what are our possibilities? We have the option of equity through investors. From the early conversations we've had with financiers and loans, we have found out that they expect quite high contributions from owners themselves. I believe that we will not be able to do what Saudi Arabia did, where the equity made up only 20 to 30%. I believe we will not be able to do that. Another option that we have is to cooperate with different countries. Countries such as the United States, Canada, Japan. As we can see, our partner GE Hitachi are also interested in promoting their companies. So we have the export credit agency option as well. We have looked into it and studied the requirements. The American credit bank documentation in itself is more than 100 pages long, so there is a lot of information to familiarize ourselves with. When it comes to loans, Estonian banks are not big enough, so we need to look further from our borders and see which banks around the world are able and interested in financing nuclear energy. When it comes to bonds, these are a very interesting instrument financially. They are more expensive than loans, but it works out cheaper than equity. An interesting thing about bonds is that we don't have to pay back the main part, so that makes it also more profitable for the cash flows of the company. So, what do we have right now? Fermi has raised about 6 million euros during its existence. And for the activities required before construction, the money is there. And there are also plans for how to raise money in the upcoming 2 or 3 years. This has been done thanks to the help of our strategic investors and Estonian retail investors who have contributed to Fermi's activities and nuclear energy development in Estonia. So when will we actually need these big amounts of money? In the coming years of 2023 to 2025, we need to work on preliminary activities. This means working on human resources. In nuclear energy, this is much cheaper than the technical part. So the costs at the early stage are lower than they will be starting from 2026 when we start ordering the real elements for the power plant. By then we need to have the money on our account, contracts signed, so that when we order these large-scale elements, our partners will be sure that we can cover the costs and go through with this. Now that we have chosen the technology, our work is much easier because we know in which way we are going. Our technology specialists are telling us what exactly is needed. Our construction specialists and designers will be able to work in more detail once we have chosen the construction site. So that helps to bring us closer and closer to the final amounts that will be needed. Looking at the existing investors today, I have the certainty that we will be able to finance this construction, because even with the existing financiers and partners, the capacity is there. So the cost of equity. Equity is expensive, as mentioned, especially at the beginning when we have yet to build the plant. Once we have and we can sell energy, we will receive incoming cash flows on a monthly basis. By that point, equity cost will go down. So in the financing scheme, there will be quite large changes over the lifetime of the plant. So what is the elephant in the room? I'm not telling you how much this power plant could cost. Why not? Because any number I could tell you now would be wrong. Today we have planned quite a few pre-requirements. We need to go over them depending on the construction site, our construction partner. And what we must also consider is that since we do not need this money now, but in a couple of years, we need to take into account the changing interest rates, how expensive these will be. It all will affect the overall cost of the power plant. However, what I can say is that the indications were such that we can move forward with this project. We have the certainty of meeting the required cost needs and be able to conclude electricity sales contract with our suppliers. We see the need for long-term power purchase agreements. And our goal is to have up to 75% of our production volume, or possibly even more, to be sold in advance. This brings me to a link. The more electricity contracts we can sign, the better conditions I will be able to get from financing partners, and the lower prices I'll be able to offer, the more contracts I'll be able to sign. So you can see how the market will eventually define the prices. And if we are able to enter the market at acceptable rates, our financing partners will also be more willing to work with us, and vice versa. So it will become a self-feeding circle, and it will provide security for the continuation of this project. So there will be this cyclical development until we reach a very nice optimum level in our prices. Of course, we need to take into account the interests of our owners as well, who are interested in revenue. So what we can see right now is that the ideal loan would be 50-50 at the early stage versus equity. But after 10 years of operation, we would like to increase the loan amounts. Over time, electricity costs should go down. So, what do we need to do to make this all happen? I am looking with curiosity at our technology specialists so that we could keep our costs optimal at the development and construction phase. Time and money have a very interesting relationship, so it's important to stay in schedule. We need to use SMR technology, operate in a reasonable time frame and with reasonable costs. The state as a regulator needs to cooperate with technologies from other countries so we can use the knowledge of others and learn from them. We need to keep things as simple as possible, and if we do all that, we have the best team. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to continue these discussions during the break or at the end of today's conference during the networking session. Thank you, Peter. I'd like to ask you two of the most burning questions we have received via Slido. One of them is, how does the use of public money fit into the business plan of Fermi Energia? And here the reference is to Enterprise Estonia funds. In case of any company, even startups in Estonia, they pay taxes, and in the future I expect Fermi Energia to be a very large taxpayer. The state has enabled companies to use tax money for development activities, and we will do that as any other company. Thank you. And another question. How will it be possible to buy the shares of Fermi Energia today or in the future? Right now, it is possible to buy the shares of Fermi Energia at the end of each quarter by Thunderfirm. The risks are quite big at this point, so daily, it is not necessary to observe the changes on a daily basis, but at a quarterly basis should be enough. Once Fermi gets the construction permit, the operation permit, I dare say that Fermi will have a very strong potential at the stock market. Thank you again.
Tuletan ka vahepeal.
So I'd like to remind you that all the questions which we cannot answer right now will be answering these questions later in writing, and they'll be on our website. And we have talked about deployment, project financing, but what does it really mean for the Estonian consumers, for both business and private consumers? So I would like to invite here Urmas Voit, who is responsible for large customers.
Aitäh. Minu nimi on Urmas Voit.
My name is Urmas Voit. I've been working in the energy business for 15 years and fulfilled different roles. We have consulted large-scale consumers from the energy seller. I have dealt with procuring fuel, and I've been on the client side, consumer side, and advised them on contracts. So today here I'm representing Fermi Energia, but I would still like to take a step out, and I would look at all these different views I also have. So what does nuclear energy mean for the consumers? So looking at the bigger picture, but we'll get to very specific figures at the end, and I'll tell you what a certain choice would cost. So this is Europe 2022 energy production across technologies. So you can't maybe read it very well, but you can see we have fossil fuel, we have renewable energy, and the different colors. And then we divided them into 3 categories. So you can see that which one of these capacities can be controlled. So that means that we can switch them on and off, or we can increase the capacity, reduce the capacity, and which ones are renewable and which are non-renewable, and which are then renewable, and which are clean and which are controlled. So you can see the picture of Europe. So it's clean or not clean, but it's controlled. So about 85% is controlled, about 15% is not controlled capacity. So this is the production side of things. Now, if you look at the future, about the requirement, the need for electricity, and here Vattenfall colleague mentioned already that the capacity for a year 2045 to 2050 will double. So we can see that the biggest economies in the European Union, this is very much true, that by year 2050, we need twice as much electricity than we're consuming today. So here we have Scandinavia listed separately. So by year, I could not find figures for 2050, but I found for 2040 that this trend is also increasing very sharply, so about 40%. So these quantities are quite extensive. And as you can see from the previous slide, that there is something which we do not really like, that we have fossil fuels. We would like them to leave the market. So therefore, we need environmentally friendly production capacity even more. Norway, TSO, has looked at the bigger economies plus Scandinavia. What is year 2050 like, where the electricity comes from? And based on the technologies, we can see that uncontrolled and controlled will swap places. And we can see that 84% of the plans have been made, so we can have renewable capacity, which is not controlled. And this is definitely a stress inducing, and our capability of handle stress is very different. But one thing is certain, that more constant stress we have in our lives, that is quite likely that we'll solve this question whether we will have electricity or not, even in this kind of environment. And very hard to solve the problem how much it will cost. So on month-to-month basis, if we look at at it as a consumer's point of view, so this problem will remain. And are we able to reach the point where we will have a problem with energy shortage? And we'll be thinking about it, that we'll have a lot of people in the society who is actually fighting to pay for the electricity and heating bills. And this is the challenge we could see from the previous picture where we're looking at the uncontrolled energy sources. But now let's look at Estonia in greater detail. January 2022. So this is the consumption in Estonia. So peak during the day, and then we have night, and then this one month. So the highest need in January was about 1,500 megawatts, and nighttime 800 to 900 when it drops. So it gives you context. In Estonia, we have had different levels of scenarios which have been described what our future might look like when it comes to energy production. And I have looked at them and I have tried to assess a certain scenario. Then red shows electricity production. If today we would have twice as much solar energy capacity and 4 times more we would have wind turbines. We can see that we're still short. We're still falling short. We have not accounted combi stations and on oil shell, but we'll get to those as well. So we can see that what we can offer if we have more uncontrolled capacity, this is quite a big contrast. Next scenario, where we have added 1 offshore wind farm. The problem is still there. Although from the graph you can't really tell, but you can tell it based on figures that we are a little bit more stable because offshore wind parks have a better coefficient than on land. So this picture improves, although we see that the problem is actually accelerated. We're not solving it, we are actually making it worse if we add offshore, and the bottom does not change much, but the peaks change a lot. So these points of time when we have electricity produced from uncontrolled sources and we can't manage it, these moments are still there and where there is no solution. Third scenario on the graph is that we have talked about the small modular reactor. Henri Ormus talked about 2 modular reactors, but we have scenarios, not by Fermi Energia, but we have option of 3 modular reactors in Estonia, and once we add 3 modular reactors, this is the picture. We can see that to cover consumption, we have solved this problem compared to previous scenarios. And now this is an image which has involved a lot of people. The EU offered the member states that they will do some future modeling. So if they were choose a certain scenario for the development of the capacity, what does it mean? So they will pay, but the member state has to be interested and they have to provide their own input as well. So they chose this survey, so the partner across Europe. I think that TalTech people provided the input, so at the University of Technology of Tartu University. So Nordic partners, Sweden, and then Dutch modeling effort. And as you can see, all the scenarios are more or less there. And this is a more realistic scenarios. Because recently I read a title, but I can't really remember reading the article itself, that end of the last year, there was a regulatory legislative proposal that from 2030 we want to produce all the energy from renewable sources. This is the left side scenario where we have wind parks, we have a lot of solar energy, we have offshore, and we have biomass, which is available in Estonia because of most of the Estonian biggest cities are covered by biomass combi stations. So they have also been included. And then we add also stored energy and batteries. So if this is how it goes, then we can cover our needs from renewable energies. Now, looking at today's conference, adding nuclear energy, so you can see nothing of the existing sources will disappear. We add some. Solar energy is still high, even higher than under this renewable. We can see that we have a lot of wind turbines, more than in the option for renewable sources. So we have space for new developments. What is not provided is the offshore wind farm, which is an important topic also today, and the developers are working on it. So what causes concern, and which is red, is that the costs of different scenarios is very highly different. So if you step outside your own role, and if you think about it, that as a society we'll have to pay for it. And I think it's too high of a price to pay, especially considering that energy poverty so far has been just talked about. It's not something which is actually happening in real life, because 2015 to 2017, we were able to consume the cheapest electricity of the last decade. Then we had 2018, 2019, which were a little bit more expensive, but we can't really remember them. It is being a crisis. Then 2020, the Nordic countries, the Baltic states, we had a lot of renewable energy. We had very good weather situations. We had 33 euros in Estonia, and in Nordic countries it was 10 euros and 90 cents. So it's very cheap. And 2021 was the first year which we had sort of an idea of a danger. And today we understand what this energy poverty might mean. And if we look at the society at large, then there are certain parties who will have to pay for it, because we talk about teachers, rescuers, and all these other sectors, because we understand that as a society, this kind of funding should go somewhere else. So this is why it is very important that it's not only politicians, but consumers will have they say how exactly we're going to move forward. But as consumers, we know that our contract will end, and then half a year or a few months before the end of the contract, we can start discussing who we'd like to contract next. But now Fermi Energia offers that the consumer can actually have the say earlier what kind of final solution they would like to see here. So because politicians do not really have a way out, because they have to provide some sort of solution, because Europe has chosen a direction. We are part of Europe. And we are not going to do it because Europe has chosen, because this is also what we believe that is the right thing to do, that we have renewable energy sources. It has to be sustainable. So politicians have to make this decision, but the consumers do not have to make this decision yet. So, of course, we have to read these warnings as well, that if you're holding a cigar, it's healthier than smoking a cigar, but it's kind of representing this so it's the sort of satisfied winner. I think this is the image we have. Because we know about the green transition, it's important to implement. And I believe that if this is what happens, it's not that we are faster or better than the others, but as a society, we will be the winners. But I believe that at a certain point of time, we will discover that as we are moving in this direction, that the winners are not the ones who do things faster, but they are the ones who have the smartest approach. I have included a few recommendations and my ideas. What's the best or smartest way of carrying out energy transition? And these are not so much nuclear power focused, but rather we're being told what kind of electricity is cheap. But what we need to see is that we'll look at all the other involved costs, and it's not emotional or generational things which can't be measured, but I'm talking about money. Because if we have to offer state guarantee, what does it mean in money? So if we were to create some sort of reserve capacity So we would not have a very deep gap to cover the shortfall. What does it cost? So it's not only the question of the price of electricity on the stock exchange, which is not the final cost. This is one way to look at it in a smart way. And it's been mentioned that we want to become exporting country. Last year, it did not happen much, but electricity was very expensive, so it did not import it, because if electricity is very expensive, then we are competitive because we can produce expensive electricity. We have capacity for it, but not when the price is low. If we start producing it, this year it's been, we might be able to actually export solar energy because we have the capacity. Because if we are exporting it, let's not export subsidized electricity. So that means our local society, we will pay for it, and therefore electricity will be cheaper on the market, and somebody else, a neighboring country, or who is in transit country, will get this cheap electricity from us, but we are paying for it through subsidies. Because in the free market economy, there's a clear principle, because whatever you're being said, a consumer will pay for it all. So we can't do this, that we are becoming an exporting country, and as a state will pay for it, but somebody else will consume this cheap electricity as we are exporting it. Third, these are very simple principles. We will produce electricity when the others are falling short, so that when the price is higher. And I believe that this is the Nordic countries, Sweden, Finland, who we have a close view of. We have seen that they've done exactly that. This year, Swedish nuclear energy share will be about half. One Olkiluoto starts is commissioned. So Sweden has this topic ongoing, and they have governmental support, and they have also small modular reactors. Poland is making steps as well. They have a state program. They signed contracts with Americans and Koreans. It's going to be 6,000 to 9,000 megawatts nuclear energy capacity. And if this model, if we are the ones who are not very good at solving this issue, but we'll manage, but we are not graduating cum laude, or will be just barely done, then this is not as good as a final solution. Today we can make this choice, but if we're building this system, then about 40 to 60 years, these decisions have been made if once we have this capacity on the market. On Fermi Energia, we have this button for business client. These are the contracts for the business clients. So this option is the memorandum of mutual understanding, and this memorandum is the basis for a preliminary contract with the client, and this is once the government has made the decision regarding nuclear energy. So then we'll be making our proposals. But we have also decided that we will move in the order of a signed memoranda. So if you were there first, you will get the first option. As Peter mentioned earlier, he can't give you any figures how much it will cost as an investment. And when it comes to the nuclear power plant, then investment is the biggest part of the price. So the price of electricity is very high. So I can't tell you a specific price, but about 80% depends on the investment. So that means that the first come, first serve, you get the first contract, and it'll be staged. So that means that the first partners will get the better price. So that means that we want to be able to keep our word. So once we offered a certain figure. So I believe that the prices will go up a little bit, but it's not like the first ones will come 50 and the others will get 100 as price. Of course, it's going to be market-based offer, and business consumers would like you to see to make your decisions early on, not wait and force the politicians to make these decisions on a political level. I think that everybody should make this decision together, society and consumers and business sector and the government. So everybody should make this decision together. What is the best option for Estonia? So that's it. Peter and I will be on one of these tables participating in the group discussion, but I can see that the time is up. One quick question. Maybe you mentioned that, but maybe you should repeat, because Fermi Energia potential electricity production, how much of it we are going to be able to cover with the preliminary contracts with the large consumer, and how much will be left for open market? So initially, the aim is that up to 60% will be covered with preliminary contracts, but it can change. It depends on the negotiations with financial institutions, but that's the aim. 60% will be covered with preliminary contracts, and the rest will be on the market. And how exactly we're going to... It's not going to be day-ahead market, but once we know that the plant is... construction will be done in a year or two, but it's still open. Today, we have covered about 600 gigawatts hours. So 2.4 terawatt hours is what we want to cover, and 0.6 has been covered. Thank you very much.
There are more important topics in constructing nuclear power plant, how to engage the local community, and what kind of environmental assessments need to be carried out in order to look at the impact of nuclear power plant. Diana Reviako, Member of Board and Environmental Manager, Fermi Energia, the floor is yours. Hello, and I would like to give you an overview of the environmental studies that have been carried out by now. There might be more carried out in the future, but this is the knowledge that we have for now. I will also talk about the engagement of the local community briefly and our plans in that sector. I would like to show you again this timeline that Henri Ormus already showed you, so that you could clearly see that we are in the early stages. We are still waiting for the state decision, which will hopefully come by early 2024. It is only then that we can continue with the special planning at state level. But at the moment, we are in the early stages of development within Fermi Energia. It is very important to understand where this plant will be built and what the impact will be. If we consider the carbon footprint of a nuclear power plant compared to fossil fuels, of course there is an impact, but it is much lower. But in order to assess the impact, first we have looked at what happens with nuclear waste. We have carried out several studies on that topic, and there will definitely be more underway. We are also carrying out soil quality and hydrogeology studies, because our target soil is 25 meters within the ground, and it is important to understand how constructing that deep will affect the aquatic environment nearby. Radiation and its impact is important for people, of course, because it's something that we cannot see, but can impact us very strongly. We have already studied this topic, and this year we plan to map the background radiation that will exist at basic level. And we want to assess the impact of the power plant on this existing radiation. It has been personally very interesting for me to study the ambient air and noise impact of a nuclear power plant. and with background in fossil fuel, it is very nice for me to see how different the nuclear power plant is. But it is specifically important to focus on the ambient air resulting, the impact resulting from traffic, and in any dust and noise that is caused by the construction period. The habitats and biota on land is another topic of research, and we are looking at what kind of lands are suitable for constructing the plant, taking into account different limitations. Once we have clearer options of specific sites, we will carry out specific studies of different habitats. Regarding human well-being, we have already mapped the advantages for local municipalities if a nuclear power plant is constructed in the municipality. People are a part of the nature, and the need for energy is our need, but a power plant should not disturb the local life and should rather cause a win-win situation. So this year we're trying to understand what the expectation of the local community is in more detail, and there will definitely be more studies on that aspect as well. Regarding the aquatic environment, for a nuclear power plant, water is one of the most important elements. And we are currently studying the water, the aquatic environment impacts. We are currently looking at the impact of cooling water on Kunda and Narva bays and Lätibia area. We are also looking at Lüganus municipality Aidu quarry area, and how much and to what extent the water from the quarry could be used for cooling in the plant. Statistically, we know that nuclear power plants are among the safest power plants. However, it is important to model the worst-case scenarios as well. Not that we expect any of these to happen, but we need to have a plan in place and have awareness for such situations. Regarding geological studies, I want to mention something that has been a very tangible activity that Fermi Energia has just carried out. It's something that's not on paper, but for the first time the geological study was carried out in Lätibia, in Viru-Nigula municipality. And we did that in order to understand whether this area in general was suitable for nuclear power plant, because there is a very thick layer of clay, and we needed to understand if it was possible to build the subterranean part of the power plant. The area in general has been, however, studied quite extensively, because it is the coal production area. We have finished mapping different areas, and we have created a GIS mapping system. Here we can see the buffer areas of residential areas. We want to make sure not to get too close to residential areas, and green marks the environmental protection areas. By the sea, we can see a Natura 2000 area. We can also see different protected areas for specific species. And in grey, we can see the possible areas where we could start planning the construction site. People ask us how it's possible that we don't know where this will be built, but it is only possible to know it once we know which requirements and which limitations apply to us. Here we can see Lätibia, and here we can see Aidu, located in Lüganus municipality, a former oil shell quarry, and here the environmental limitations are quite few because it is a former mining town. However, it is more densely populated than the Lätibia area. Here we have the option of A in Lüganus municipality. This is another possible construction area located next to an existing oil shale quarry, and there are no environmental limitations here. However, there are some residential areas. When it comes to local communities, last year we were very active in our discussions with the communities, very interesting discussions with more than 200 local people. And by local people, I mean specifically people of Lüganuse and Viru-Nigula municipalities. We've had 8 briefing days and will continue to have these at least once every quarter this year, if necessary, more often. We also have different seminars and events in local communities. And the reason we are doing this is because our knowledge about nuclear energy is lacking. And therefore, we need to start talking about these topics as early as possible. The criticisms that we receive are also important because we need to have the discussions with the local community. This year, we are opening a nuclear energy room in Kunda, where schools, kindergartens, and those interested in nuclear energy can visit and ask questions. There will be our staff member there who can answer questions. And of course, there are a lot of questions which do need to be answered. We've also started Olkiluoto Express, and I would like to thank TVO for having received us so many times. It has been great to be there ourselves, see and touch with our hands what this power plant actually looks like. So our buses have been fully booked. We are taking people of local communities from the possible construction areas to visit Olkiluoto, so they could see what a nuclear power plant looks like. We've also had regular trips to Forsmark. I would like to thank Vattenfall here for receiving us. Again, it is wonderful to be able to see and compare the different nuclear power plants. This year, we have also got the first results from surveys that we've carried out across Estonia about how much people are supporting the construction of nuclear power plants. Across Estonia, the percentages of support is about 61%. And this year, we have gone in more depth into the local municipalities, the ones where we are considering construction. We have asked questions from more than 200 people from these 2 municipalities, and we have asked to what extent they support the construction of a nuclear power plant in their municipality. It was quite surprising for me. I expected a worse result, and we know how people are not usually happy to have something in their backyard, but we can see from the results of these questionnaires that around 50% of people are welcoming towards the construction of a power plant. And we can also see in gray the number of people who do not know. So it's important to raise awareness. Whether people agree or disagree, the decision should be based on facts rather than fear or lack of knowledge. Whatever the decision is, should be an informed decision. The last slide I want to show you is the opinion of the local community on how accessible information on Fermi Energia is to the local communities. Some people criticize us for being too informative or talking too much, but our general objective is to be as open and as available as possible. It's good to see that people are able to find information about Fermi Energia if they are interested. What this graph shows as well is that the number of people who are not interested or who have never heard of nuclear energy is quite large. It's on the right column, and the age distribution is also available. It is usually people who are over 65 years old who are not interested in nuclear energy. So this shows we might need different ways of informing these people, just people who remember very acutely the catastrophe of Chernobyl. So it might be important to raise awareness among this age group in a different way. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Diana. I have 2 questions for you before the lunch break. You mentioned Mingi. Does Fermi Energia have any plan of offering compensation to people who will be living close to the power plant? As I said, this year we are planning to map the expectations of people who would live close to the upcoming nuclear power plant. We have been asked to take into account their interests more, so we definitely plan to do that. Thank you. Another question. Why have members of Fermi Energia have not considered their own backyard as one possible location? I can personally say that I would be very happy with that. I am from Ida-Viru County myself, and I have lived for more than half my life there. My mother and my sister live there, so it will basically be in my backyard, and I am quite happy with it. I'm not worried. Thank you, Diana. As I said, it is now time for a lunch break. Just a few reminders before we go. First, you can ask questions from the team of Fermi Energia. And to do that, you can see some tables with blue covers, which have topics and questions on them. So if you have any questions in relation to this topic, you can join people at this table that is most interesting for you, or go to all of them. So feel free to grab a lunch and go to one of these tables. During the lunch break, we will also have quotes from Estonian people on the screen, so quotes about nuclear energy. Those who are participating in the press conference, Andres has his hand up. He will show you where to go. We will finish the lunch break at 1:10. Enjoy your lunch.
Tere tulemast tagasi.
Welcome back. And we shall now start with the second half of today's event. So we're starting with the panel discussion, and this is when we're going to discuss who is going to work in a nuclear power plant in the future. So first of all, I'd like to invite here a nuclear engineer of Fermi Energia, who has had 11 years of experience from US Navy as a nuclear machinist's mate. Albert Rice, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jana. Tere, ma opin eesti keelt, aga
I am studying Estonian, but I cannot really present my whole speech in Estonian.
I'm sorry if my American accent butchered that. Normally I'd have my translator here to help me, but she has a trip to see insects at daycare today and couldn't make it. I'll have to dock her allowance for the week. Kids these days, am I right? 14 years ago, I was a product of the housing market crash. Unable to find a job, unable to pay for college, because that's a thing in the States, and unwilling to move back in with my parents. So I did what many would do at that time. I walked into a recruiting office. I was lucky. My test scores were high and fleet manning was low. I was to become a nuke. After about 2 years of intense training, I completed the Naval Nuclear Training Pipeline as a mechanical operator with a specialization in chemistry and radiological controls. Over the next 9 years, I would serve as an instructor in the training pipeline and operate 3 different submarine nuclear power plants. Most of my time at sea would be served aboard the USS Bremerton, Hooyah 698, it's my whole number. And after taking her and the USS Jacksonville through to decommissioning, I set out for the next chapter of my life as a civilian. Now, when I first arrived in Estonia, I didn't think I would ever work in nuclear power again. That was until I Googled Estonia and nuclear power and heard of an ambitious startup with a dream about bringing nuclear power to Estonia. The rest, they say, is history. I'm passionate about nuclear power. As someone who has operated a plant for years, I have seen the potential. I have traveled all over the Pacific Ocean, logging tens of thousands of miles, and never once stopping for gas. Admittedly, it would have been nice to have an excuse to pull into foreign ports more often, but that's power density for you. Now, most people think it takes an army of nuclear engineers to operate a nuclear power plant. Guys with pocket calculators and thick glasses spouting off equations that sound like an alien language, but that simply isn't true. No, as it is with most industries, there are a few engineers that sit in an office and theorize all day, having never placed a hand on a shim switch, shimming out for startup rate, and while the operators pull up their sleeves and they get the job done. I'm talking about the mechanics turning wrenches and coming home covered in oil like they came home from an auto repair shop. I'm talking about the electricians coming home covered in carbon dust, repairing motors and generators until the late hours of the night. I'm talking about the electronic technicians. Okay, well, they stay pretty clean, actually, working with semiconductors. But you get my point. The nuclear manning really falls into an 80-20 scheme, or really an 80-15-5 scheme. 5% academic nuclear competent engineers, 15% nuclearized personnel trained to be nuclear plant operators through a plant training qualification program, and 80% nuclear aware personnel, those who work at the facility outside of the operation of the nuclear power plant. Estonia has the expertise required. You have talented people already. They work at all the other, albeit CO2 producing energy plants around the country. Estonia has mechanics. Estonia has electricians, technicians, chemists, logisticians, and leaders. I'd like to introduce you to a few of these leaders now, so they can tell you just how far we've come in preparing Estonians for a nuclear future and our new efforts to keep the momentum as we prepare to build our first nuclear power plant. As I introduce you, would you just wave to the crowd? To introduce the topic for today's discussion and act as moderator, since my translator couldn't make it, is Ms. Annette Marie Palmetz, Technical Coordinator at Fermi Energia. And our panel members, Mr. Rainer Kelk, crushed that. Rainer is a current master nuclear engineering student at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich and a Fermi Energia scholarship holder. So thank you, Rainer. Dr. Merja Pukkari. Dr. Pukkari is a Fermi Energia co-founder and fuel cycle manager, so thank you. And finally, Dr. Veronica Zadin. I apologize if I messed that up. Dr. Zadin is a professor of materials technology at the University of Tartu, so thank you for joining us. These are the leaders who make up our panel, those that will discuss the journey to becoming a nuclear specialist and answer the question, who will work in nuclear power plants in the future in Estonia? Thank you very much.
Ka minu poolt. And first of all, big thanks to Albert for this introduction. Mina olen Anett Mari, nagu Albert.
My name is Annette Marie, as Albert introduced me, and I work for Fermi Energia, and my task is to deal with education and next generation. Often I'm being asked, where do you get these people who will be working for the power plants in the future? Do we have enough people? Do we have necessary knowledge and competence in Estonia? Or should we buy this knowledge in? So in order for this big project to succeed, we need a lot of very good people. And therefore, I'm here today in order to discuss who we already have in Estonia, what it is, what we need to do, so that things would go according to plan. And I have invited 3 really nice people here to join me. And now I'd like to give you the floor, and if you could please introduce yourselves. My name is Rainer. I received Fermi Energia grant as a first-year student, and I thought that I would like to contribute my knowledge in the future to Fermi Energia. And nuclear energy started to develop when I was doing my bachelor's degree, and I was sold on it. So first I heard what Kalev said as a salesman, then Marti's technical story, and understood that truth is definitely there and there is future. And now it's my second year in Zurich in the Federal Institute of Technology studying nuclear engineering. So what's going to happen next? I do not really know yet. But I will stay at the university there to study my doctorates. My name is Veronika, and I'm a professor of material technology at the University of Tartu. And in addition to that, I'm also the group leader of Compact Nuclear Experiment European project. This is an ongoing project from 2013 when these new CERN topics became important for Tartu. Then this was an interesting challenge right away. So this got a lot of my attention. And now, for 10 years, it's been part of my research. In addition to my research, we have a lot of students defending doctoral and master theses. And so there is a lot of contact with businesses and a lot of academic contacts as well. Merja Pukari, and all the information is on the screen. But I believe what is important to know is that last 15 years I've lived and worked in Sweden and in Japan. So I've been working there, I've been doing my research there. And so my choice was to dedicate my life to nuclear energy. It was not first a very informed decision, but this is something which is extremely contagious by the looks of it. So I can imagine that this is a field which is going to be my major field of interest also in the future. Yes, indeed, I can confirm that it is extremely contagious subject. Merja, we'll start with you because you have seen power plants more than most, and you probably know it best of all. So can you give me, tell me on the basis of the example of Sweden, how many jobs are created by a power plant? So who are the people who work there? Are they only nuclear physicists, or do we find other professions there? And all these jobs, are they created when the power plant starts operations, or is it sooner or later? We'll start with all the questions at once. So first of all, I believe that we can refer to what Henry said before lunch and also to Albert's introduction answering the question whether all the people who work in a power plant are nuclear physicists. Definitely not, because most of them who work at the power plant are not nuclear physicists. They are not in reactor physicists, if you want to be precise. And they're not even physicists. So most people who work in a nuclear power plant are rather these people who receive education and experience from a certain field of industry. And in order to work in a nuclear power plant, they will get an additional nuclear-specific training so they can work for a nuclear power plant. But indeed, in order to operate a power plant, you need electricians, you need people who know about valves and pumps. You need to do maintenance. You need to plan for all sorts of projects, including fuel change. So all these technical and planning competencies are all needed. So, and it is a company as any other. You need accountants and HR managers. So this is all important. And not all these people are coming from some mystical school of nuclear power plants. I believe that a lot of this competence is already in existence in Estonia. We need a small additional sliver, which is not difficult to add. Regarding how many jobs will be created by a nuclear power plant, then a rule of thumb is that per 1 gigawatt, or rather per 1 megawatt, 0.3 to 0.7 people. So as a rule of thumb, you can say that if you build a 300 megawatts, then how many people you should really hire. And this all depends on the organizational structure, if it's new or it's been in commission for a while, what are the specific tasks which need to be carried out and so forth. But we should not forget, but in Sweden, about 25,000 people work in a nuclear field. So 1 gigawatt is actually 300, 500 jobs, and not all of them work in power plants. So there are regulators and all the other people who are engaged in transport and legal issues and everything in between, the consultants and all that, because there's a huge number of jobs. Veronica, you represent a university, and it has been mentioned quite a few times that not only nuclear physicists are engaged, there are many other people as well. And there are also people who need additional knowledge on nuclear side of things. So how can you tell us what is the situation in Estonia today? If you would like to add information on nuclear side things, then is this possible, or as Rainer said, we have to go abroad? There are a few things we can do here, because nuclear science has not been a focus in Estonia. A few last years have gained, this field has gained a lot more attention, but we have good opportunities in Tartu, in Tallinn, in TalTech, the University of Technology. So there are many opportunities, really. We have different courses as facultative subjects or part of a curriculum. And in University of Technology, there was a new course on contemporary nuclear energy. Then in Tartu, this course just ended, and it was a seminar on nuclear technologies. So nuclear is not only a nuclear power plant, because it has different applications, contemporary medicine, for example, because the contemporary medicine would not exist without X-ray. So this is pretty basic already. So there are many opportunities how to study. So before the Fukushima disaster happened, there was a different syllabus being developed even. But when the Fukushima disaster happened, then a lot of people lost interest. But the plans are still there. So, and they're being discussed. And this is something different in the pipelines. So in Estonia, if we would like to create this capability in Estonia, to provide information and education on nuclear technology, it will be possible. The next question is, so what is this education about? Or do you want to start design a nuclear reactor from zero because this capability would exist, or we would like to be able to maintain and operate a nuclear power plant, to understanding what happens there, choose the materials. Because when it comes to the Finnish new station, we know what the problems are. The water pumps did not work, materials did not survive. So when it comes to the operating the plant, it's not really a question about the nuclear component, but rather design of a correct pump. But if it doesn't work, then the plant can't operate. And these are the things you can do very well here. Rainer, I have a question for you. Because you went to study in Switzerland, so when you're listening to the presentations here, do you feel like you want to come back to Estonia or not yet? You want to get more experience abroad? What are you actually doing there? I will start with my comment to what Veronica said, because right now, when I was doing my bachelor's degree in Estonia, we did not really have this kind of courses available. But even then, I had my personal interest. And I was able to study myself, and I managed to get a foothold in nuclear technologies. And looking at my current master studies, it has been of great help. So I have the basics of it, and although we did not have a formal education here, so this comes from people themselves. If they're interested in it, they will learn. But of course, all these programs help. Then we have a program which is not specifically about nuclear energy, but as Veronica said, when it comes to the nuclear engineering, we should think about nuclear medicine or materials, which is also something you can study. So we have a very flexible program. There is a traineeship possible. This is I did in a company which is developing the deposit solutions in Switzerland. So if your question is, do I want to come back? Of course I want to come back. Because when I went to the university, it sounds like a cliche, but I wanted to study something so I can do something for Estonia so it would not be the darkest spot on the electricity map. Yeah. So this is something which inspires me to come back. And when you know what you want to do, and this is what you want to study, then it makes things a lot easier. Because if I compare myself to my classmates, who are Italians, for example, because in Italy they have not had this kind of hope for nuclear energy as we have in Estonia, so they're really jealous that I have this opportunity, that I can do something like this.
Rainer ei ole meil ju ainukene, kes...
Merja, Rainer is not the only one who has been abroad, so have you. What does it give us, Fermi, or to the state of Estonia, having specialists studying abroad? How does it contribute to Estonia that we have people studying, and that we have among the best people available once the plant is finalized? The most fundamental advantage of studying abroad is the fact that if someone has solved a problem abroad that we have not yet solved, it is something that saves time for us. And it is clear that in a future not too far ahead, we need to develop our own study programs, but whilst we have not yet done it, it makes perfect sense to send people abroad so they would learn skills and bring their knowledge back to Estonia. Another thing that I think we should pay attention to is the fact that if we look around in this room, not all of us have Estonian passports. It is clear that in order to do something big, it's crucial to cooperate with people from other countries. It takes us out of our comfort zone. It helps us learn new skills, get to know different cultures at the company level, at the state level, and we get better at solving problems and developing projects. For me, the Tallinn airport is a miniature symbol of Estonia. It is very cozy and safe, but it is small. We are a small country, so why not use the opportunities that we have beyond the borders of our home country? I'd like to come back to something that Rainer mentioned. You said that your course mates from Italy were jealous of the fact that you could come back to Estonia and that you had hopes of being able to work in a nuclear power plant in the future. I assume that you are happy with your choice of the topic which you chose when it was not yet popular. We can see a room full of people, some of them students. Last week, a new course on modern nuclear energy started at the University of Tallinn. There were so many of them that a lot of them had to sit on the floor because there were no chairs. The interest is big at the moment, but it was not so big when you made this choice. Have you ever regretted your decision? I have not regretted it, but being in this topic, of course, you get slightly disillusioned. But you must remember why you chose it in the first place, and it will come back again. Perhaps it is not possible to have this wow effect as you're studying for exams on a daily basis. The motivation is not as big as it was in my BA days when I was watching videos on nuclear energy. However, the more you learn, the better you know a subject, and the more convinced I am that this is what I want to do. It has become more of a passion rather than just something I'm studying. Veronica, we mentioned the interest of young people. You are in touch with young people on a daily basis. Have you noticed in recent years that students are becoming more interested in this topic, in this field, than they used to be? How is the interest developing? Indeed, students are interested. This is shown by the nuclear energy seminars, which we first organized this autumn. The level of interest that we had was remarkable. We had nearly 30 participants and nearly 300 participants, and we had people turning up. It was a course that was not only focused on physics or chemistry, but a lot of geologists were interested as well. And this was quite curious for us because we had not thought of them as a target group when we first designed this course. So indeed, there was a lot of interest. And since it was a seminar, we advertised it at a broader scale, and a lot of researchers at the university were also interested, so we had people present who were not students. Thinking back to a few years ago, this was something that characterized the theoretical physics. It's interesting to be able to learn about something as different from your main field. But it used to be all about theoretical knowledge that appealed to people. But in the recent years, everything is becoming more tangible and practical. It's great to hear that students are more and more interested in the topic. When you see how interested students are, do you also see any fears or questions? What is their initial motion and what is it by the time they finish? Does it change over the course of the seminar? Students are curious. They are curious by nature. They want new information, and this is the main thing I've noticed. I haven't really detected any fears. I believe that people who have fears about this field probably stay away from it altogether. So I have indeed seen people who are completely against it, against the possibility of there ever being a nuclear power plant in Estonia. And some of these people are researchers as well. Thank you. Merja and Rainer, I have a question for both of you. You both have left Estonia. You are studying nuclear science, and you plan to come back to Estonia. What should happen in Estonia for you to come back? A nuclear power plant should be built. I mean it. If I think about my career, then I would like to gather some experience abroad, but I feel that something should happen. I think the nuclear power plant should be at a level that would help me fulfill my dream. The time frames of nuclear sector are very long. They are tens of years, more than 15 years. So, of course, everything can change. I believe we're in a good place, but we can be in a much better place soon. Merja, how about you? I agree with Rainer. I think many of us do not leave in order to leave. We leave in order to come back. I went for 2 years and my contract obliged me to come back. Unfortunately, the plans changed during the financial crisis, but my initial idea was to stay for 2 years, and I ended up staying longer. The reason why people move is usually related to work, studies, career, hobbies, or family reasons. But our roots are here, and this is about our family. Hobbies you can do anywhere, so what is left is work. And if you are not able to work in your country, in your own field, for a long time, then it makes it more complicated, and you may end up having to pack up your family and move to another country. There are not many people like Albert who can pack up his whole family in a submarine and move to Estonia. So this future path and career should be brought a bit closer to people so that the journey would be easier. We've also received some questions, and I have here a question for Veronica. Would it be most efficient to create a joint curriculum in partnership with University of Tartu and Tallinn University of Technology, a curriculum focused on nuclear technology? Practically speaking, the question is how many people we would need for such projects and how many students we would have. And in reality, the top-level specialists are not required in such high numbers as we have found out today. So indeed, this would probably be the best solution. If we had competing curricula, it would lead to a situation where neither university has enough students, the level of teaching goes down. We are at the borderline of having a personal one-on-one study. So the question is whether we should have a curriculum or whether we should have one-on-one learning, which is guided by specialists. In Estonia, we are talking about the lack of engineering students in general, and I believe it would be too optimistic to assume that we would be able to fill a course of nuclear physicists both in Tallinn and in Tartu. Engineering degrees in general should be made more of a priority in the society, and this could be a path to for young people to find their interest for nuclear energy. This might be a biased question, but what do you think is the advantage of Fermi Energia in doing all of this? I think the advantage is sitting in this room. All of you are the biggest advantage of Fermi Energia. This is the way of planning things, engaging people, and being clear about where we are going and how and why. Having a clear message is crucial in order to engage competent staff, because people want to know why they are doing what they're doing and where it will lead them. I would say decisiveness is the advantage of Fermi Energia. Fermi Energia has decided to do something and they are going ahead with the plans. They are doing more than putting together committees, carrying out assessments, and then creating more committees. There are very clear action plans, and a good thing is also that Fermi Energia does not have to count on people's votes in elections, so they have this advantage. I would say innovation is an advantage for Fermi Energia, starting from a blank page and being able to move forward with a great group of talented people. Fermi Energia also has a very clear vision of why they are doing what they're doing. In the west of Europe, this is a bit more complicated, perhaps, but here we have a very clear vision. Thank you. To make sure that we are not being too biased, I'd like to ask a question from the state point of view. Who would work at the nuclear as nuclear regulators? What kind of people do we need there? Okay, perhaps you can give us some examples. When it comes to figures, a regulator who is needed for one or several nuclear power plants, this number of regulators is much lower than is usually expected. If we take the example of Slovenia, which is similar to Estonia in size, and they have one nuclear power plant, they have around 40 staff members, and I am sure that this number of people is not needed on day one, and all the competencies will not be needed on day one. In our case, the first step has to be to take care of making sure the legislation is on board before we can talk about regulators. Then the power plant can employ engineers and specialists, and they will look at the questions that the operators are also looking at whether what they're doing is safe, whether the culture of work is safe, whether the handling of nuclear waste is well organized. A regulator needs to have more legal competencies, but they also need a body of analytical engineers who are looking at the same questions, but who represent a different stakeholder. Thank you. As we are coming to the end of our panel session, I would like to ask you all one final thought. I have a question that I would like to ask you. What would you say is the biggest challenge or opportunity in related to competencies in Estonia? I would say the plant itself is a great opportunity. Let me give you an example. 2 years ago, Estonia became an associated member of the European Atom Agency, and it is looking at becoming a full member. Why it has happened so quickly is thanks to Estonian companies who have been very successful at participating in CERN projects. And they have been able to, well, not offer nuclear technologies, but they have been able to offer technologies that are used in nuclear applications. And the cost has been 1 million euros, but it is all coming back to Estonia. So the fact that we want to build this power plant and we can see that our companies are looking forward to this challenge. In this panel, we worked on what is important in education in order for the plant to be built. As an opportunity, I would say that if we build this plant, it would give a lot to our education. It's a great new sector that can reach high levels in research, and this is an achievement in itself that is as important as producing nuclear electricity. I would like to combine the idea of challenges and opportunities. It is often asked where we will find the right people, the right competencies, whether they should come from our country or from abroad. Indeed, it's a challenge, and it's not a question we can solve in 1 year. But on the opportunity side, my former colleagues know this. Quite a few of them have also left the country, taken their whole family for just one reason, to build a new nuclear power plant in another country. This is the easiest argument to bring competencies to Estonia, to bring here people whose roots may not be here. There is no stronger argument than saying, would you like to come work for us? We are about to build a new power plant. The number of competent and interested people who would like to be part of it is, I believe, very high. If we build a new nuclear power plant, we will attract competencies, and in order to make this possibility realistic, we need to go over what our working language would be. Of course, we want to do Estonian things in the Estonian language, but in order to use all possibilities, we may need to consider international approach. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for participating in this panel. I heard a lot of interesting ideas, and I hope that the listeners did as well. I hope that at least one student was inspired today to join the nuclear sector and to see the spark in this sector that we are seeing. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the panel.
Kõikidele panelistidele.
Thank you to all the members of the panel for this very interesting discussion. So looks like we do not need an army of nuclear physicists in order to operate a nuclear power plant. And as we heard, we have enough interest in order to create this army of nuclear physicists if need be. And next, I would like to give an overview on what is happening elsewhere in the world. So we'll talk about the small nuclear reactor projects in Canada, Poland, and Ukraine. And so the first to speak of what is happening in Canada is the Vice President of the Canadian Ontario Power Generation, Gary Rose. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, Gary. Gary, we don't hear you. We don't hear you.
Can you hear me yet?
We have some technical problems, so 1 minute. Can you try say something again? Sorry? No? We don't hear you?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Say one more again.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we hear you now, Gary. Thank you.
Perfect. And are you projecting my slides? Hello?
Yes, we hear you, Gary, but the slides freeze.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's moving.
Okay, very, very good. It looks like I can, you can hear me, and I can move the slide. So maybe I'll jump right in the presentation. I do hear a significant amount of feedback. Okay, let me jump in. Good afternoon. I am Gary Rose, Vice President of New Nuclear Growth at Ontario Power Generation. Little bit of an overview of Ontario Power Generation. We are the largest power generator in Ontario, Canada. We have 100+ years of operating experience, including the nuclear reactors at the Pickering site for over 50 years, Darlington site for over 30 years. So large amount of experience. In Ontario, we have 18 nuclear plants, including 8 that are operated by power, and it represents about 60% of the power consumed by the residents of Ontario on a day-to-day basis. 12.5 gigawatts of installed capacity. As we transition to a decarbonized environment in Ontario, we are lucky to have a great starting point. We closed all of our coal plants a number of years ago, and so our energy grid was over 93% clean. Clean energy. We have some natural gas for dispatchable peak power requirements, but all nuclear, hydroelectric, baseload, and of course that is clean energy. As we think about achieving net zero by 2050, our system operator is forecast at least 2 times the amount of energy needed in the province, including a significant increase of nuclear in the neighborhood of 18 additional gigawatts. So 12.5 now to over 30 by 2050, 30 gigawatts of energy. So we, like many other jurisdictions, are embarking on a new nuclear goods program. We've often get asked the question, why nuclear? Our response, quite frankly, is not nuclear. Nuclear is helping us achieve our climate change goals. It's the new technologies that we're talking about have advancements in safety. They are needed to meet our long-term growth in electricity demand. And of course, it provides energy security. Even in Canada, as Ontario's generation needs increase, our neighboring provinces and our neighboring states in the United States, their energy demand increases. Our goal is to be self-sufficient and have enough generating capacity in Ontario to meet the needs of the citizens of Ontario. I've lost the ability to advance the slides. I'm not sure if you're tech. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So let me shift to the technology that we are focusing in on here in Ontario. As we think about the 18 gigawatts, we have been working on an SMR program. We have an SMR roadmap in Canada that was issued a few years ago. And Ontario Power Generation is leading the way in the deployment of SMRs. In December 2021, we selected the GE Hitashi's BWRX 300 to be deployed at our Darlington nuclear site, the same site that currently houses 3,600 megawatts of CANDU technology. We began our site preparation activities in October last year. And we also, in October last year, submitted a license to construct that site to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. And I should also let you know that this site, we have to apply for a site preparation license. That site preparation license was applied for about 10 years ago with the goal of deploying nuclear at that site. And due to economic and energy needs at the time, the building of a nuclear site was deferred. So the fact that we had a site preparation license, which we maintained, it gave us an advanced start on their ability to deploy technology at the Darlington location. So that's to the second point. It's the only site in Canada licensed for new nuclear, built with an accepted environmental assessment. Just 2 weeks ago, we announced our project partners. We are entering into an integrated project delivery model where each of OPG, who will be the overall licensee owner and integrator of the project team, GE Hitachi, which is the designer, the original equipment manufacturer of the BWRX technology, S&C Lavalin, who is an engineering firm, will do the architectural and engineering work for this project, and Aecon, who another Canadian firm, will be the constructor. So these 4 key partners, and there will be some subsidiaries or subcontractors to these partners. These 4 partners will work together in an integrated project delivery model with a common set of goals and objectives, with the goal of achieving and deploying this reactor, the first reactor that we're going to build at Darlington this decade. And I'll talk to that in a couple more slides. You can advance to the next slide. Thank you. I'll just do a quick touch on here. This is an overview of the BWRX 300 technology. It's a 60-year life technology, 300 megawatt unit, light water, boiling water reactor, Gen 3 plus design. But the size of this fits in a approximately the size of a football field. What's key, and the key message that we tell folks in our decision to select the BWRX, is that the X stands for 10th generation reactor. This reactor is a smaller, simplified version of a reactor that's already operating globally. It uses the same fuel, so the fuel is qualified in use in many boiling water reactors globally, and certainly in the United States. So there's lots of history of good performance of this technology. So we felt as we moved forward and selected this technology that we're selecting a technology that had minimal risk compared to some of the other options available to us. The next slide, please. And so we are deploying our first reactor at our Darlington site. As you can see in the picture to the left, the bottom of the screen, you'll see the existing Darlington nuclear plant in the picture, and then a location of the first BWRX reactor. We will install that first reactor this decade, but we have plans to build 3 more reactors on this site by the middle of 2035. And of course, in Canada, Saskatchewan, a neighboring, another province in Canada, is also deploying the BWRX technology with their first unit by 2035 and up to 3 more in the following 10 years. So in Canada, there is planning for up to 8 BWRX units with the potential for many more as we start to build out our overall grid and meet that 18,000 gigawatts of new needed power. You could advance to the next slide. And a little bit about our timeline. So I talked a little bit about the history of our site preparation renewal in 2021, our selection of the technology. In 2022, we started the site preparation activities. We submitted that license to construct application to our Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, our regulator. We expect that by the end of 2024, we will have the license to construct issued. And in parallel to that, all of the detailed engineering work, the planning work, et cetera, that is required to be ready to start construction will also be done. At the end of 2024, we will have achieved the license to construct from the CNSC. We will have completed all of our planning and engineering. We will have updated our estimate to a Class 3 estimate, and we'll request approval from our board to start construction in early 2025, with an expectation that we'll complete construction in 2028 of the first unit and be operating in 2029. And as I said, 3 more units by the mid-30s. Next slide, please. So in 2023, our focus is on site preparation. Introduction, as we announced a couple weeks ago, of our integrated project delivery model. So that team will now start to work together and develop organizational structures, processes, et cetera, on how a new team coming together will work together on this project. We continue with the public engagement on the license to construct application. We have held a number of public sessions already. Our regulator has also held public sessions. So we continue to engage with the community. And what we are getting is increasing support for nuclear in Canada. We'll continue to collaborate with GE Hitachi on the design, engineering, planning, and licensing, and get ready for that to commence construction in 2025 of the core nuclear unit itself. Next slide, please. And just to wrap up, our goal is to deliver a world-class SMR. And we say together because OPG is leading the world in the deployment of this SMR BWRX technology. But we've certainly been working with Fermi for quite some time now, and see us with our subsidiary Laurentis Energy Partners as a partner in your work in deploying your nuclear technology. And we look forward to the ongoing relationship and to help Estonia to be able to transfer the lessons learned that we get from the deployment of our project, and to help Estonia and other nations, for that matter, establish a new nuclear program in their jurisdiction. So our goal is to be a catalyst for SMR growth in other jurisdictions and help the world achieve its climate change goals. A very ambitious goal, but one that is actually quite achievable based on the program that we've already started and will continue to work on over the years to come. Thank you very much. Apologies for the early technical issues there, but that is my presentation.
Thank you, Gary, for the overview.
Now we are going to hear about what is happening in Poland. We are going to have an overview by Wacław Gudowski from Orlen Synthos Green Energy. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry, Wacław. Do you hear us? Sorry, we don't hear you. Moment. Wacław, we think you are muted, so maybe you can unmute.
Not muted here.
Oh, now we hear you.
Now it's okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have to mute my mic in order you can hear me. Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. I was listening with a great pleasure the panel discussion, but also presentation of OPG, so I can gladly skip some slides. But before all, I would say congratulations of the good choice you announce here. We have a lot of synergy now and a lot of convergence, so I'm pretty sure we will work together much more than before. I'm also very happy to be here at this place 4 years after your conference in 2019. And I'm also very glad to see some of the former students of KTH. Hello, Maria, Matti, Henry. So, part of your core staff has been actually educated at KTH in Stockholm, and they are back in your place. And look at me. For 40 years, I was working in Sweden, 20 years as a professor, and now I am back in Poland in the eye of cyclone, building up the nuclear strategy for Poland. So that's very interesting development. So don't worry, people will come back when the time comes. I will tell about the SMR deployment strategy, but this is not the only strategy we have in Poland. You might finish, I will talk about Orlen Synthos Green Energy plans, but you might heard about, any other companies. Poland became part of, I would say, the fishing grounds for many different SMR concepts, but definitely program of Orlen Synthos Green Energy is the most mature and most realistic. Next slide, please. Well, a few words about Orlen Synthos Green Energy. This is actually the joint venture between the PKN and Orlen, which is one of the largest multi-energy concerns in Central Europe. I will give you some numbers after that. And then Synthos Green Energy, which is actually kind of the daughter company of the big Synthos group. I will give you also some details on these mother companies in next slides. But the mission for this company or joint venture OSGE is actually to deploy a fleet of BWRX 300 in Poland. So PKN Orlen, as you see, is the largest company in the Central and East European region. It has, sales revenue 90 billion. It is counted as, if I remember, yes, 150 place in the biggest company worldwide, and it has about $30 billion of capex for 2030 for energy transformation into the multi-utility powerhouse. I mean, the goal is very easy. Everybody wants to have green products. People want to drive the electrical or hydrogen cars on green tires with green components. And of course, Orlen wants to be not only the intelligent customer, but also intelligent producer of the green products. Please, the next slide. Well, Synthos Green Energy, as I say, this is a daughter company, is a key element of the Poland's largest private-owned industrial group. Synthos mother company is #1 European producer of the expandable polystyrene, #1 synthetic rubber producer. As far as I remember, 75% of the cars are actually driving on the tires which are built from the Synthos products. Then it has also a lot of businesses in the bathroom industry, in the timber industry, Sersanit, Barlinek, and also having, as you can see on the right-hand side, a lot of smaller activities, also some outlets, some shops, and even some restaurants in the portfolio. And again, Synthos would like to offer in a very near future the products with the green certificate. So Synthos want to promote the deployment on the emission-free energy generation solution, but also it wants to be a consumer, a customer to this. Okay, please, the next slide. Well, actually in October 2019, few months after your conference, it happened something which is actually considered to be a game changer. Namely, the owner of big Synthos company, Mr. Solovov and John Ball, signed the first agreement between a private company in Europe and the nuclear vendor, saying, hello, why nuclear energy is only the monopoly of the states? We want to be a part of that. And after some analysis, they realized that actually SMRs opened this option. 2019, remember, still before all this political turmoil, and then everything went very smoothly. There was a contract for the 10 pressure vessels signed in 2021. PK Orlen actually joined the Synthos efforts, and in July 2022, actually the company applied for so-called general opinion about the BWRX technology to the state atomic agency, as we call it. This is something which you can compare to the Canadian vendor design review. This is the first information to the regulator. Hello, we would like to deploy this technology. Do you see any initial problems in that? And in a very few weeks, PAA will actually make the statement concerning, or made its opinion, this general opinion. And then general opinion will be followed by the regular licensing process. So this is a pre-licensing process. Parallelly to that, also NewScale did the same step in Poland. Okay, next slide, please. But from that time, in many countries, private companies got engaged also to the strategy of building nuclear, saying this is not necessarily the monopoly of the state. It can be a very good complement, and also to speed up radically the deployment of the nuclear. So our effort is to accelerate SMR deployment in Poland and in Europe. So we don't want to be present only in the on the Polish market. We would like also to share our experiences, to share maybe our supply chain in the future with the neighboring country in the Central Europe. So what is very important, it's this early engagement with the regulator. We have also early engagement with the decision maker, with the lawmakers, with our parliament, how to make, we are promoting the graded approach for changing of the licensing path. So there is a lot of really constructive discussion between many stakeholders, and we take the licensing problems extremely seriously. After technology, this is the most important process which can either speed up or actually slow down the deployment strategy. Next slide, please. Well, why nuclear? We don't have such a nice situation like Canada with the very broad diversity of the energy sources. Poland is very heavily coal dependent, and actually in the strategy last few years, the option of actually eliminating coal was the gas, because of the political reason and on the turmoil on the market. Of course, the gas is not an option today, and we need to replace coal for the power generation, but equally well for the district heating and also for the industrial heat. Please, the next slide. So, and the students ask me very frequently, Václav, tell us, what is the best SMR? And my answer is very easy. The best SMR is the one which fits the best to the customer needs and has sufficient technology development level. And here you can see that the mid-sized coal units dominate the Polish energy system. Between 100 and 300 megawatt units, we have majority of the generating, plus the very small one between the 50 and 100. So BWRX fits perfectly to these mid rows from 100 to about 300 megawatt electric. So the answer, it comes, of course, very natural. The size of BWRX is very well fitting to the Polish existing energy system, which be very much easier to replace them. The whole grid is actually designed like that. And 200 plus smaller, mostly coal units to be replaced in the coming decades with the total capacity of 44 gigawatts. So it is not only environmental and emission concern. Most of these units are very old. They must be replaced in the coming 20 years. And as we say, this total gap of the replacing or total needs will be about 44 gigawatt electric. Please, the next slide. Well, large-scale power decommissioning in energy system, as I mentioned, this is even the optimistic scenario. Maybe the reality, including some unexpected aging effect, maybe will speed up even this replacement. So we have in coming 3 years about 1.2 gigawatt to replace, next 5 years 5 gigawatt, next 5 years after about 9 gigawatt, and finally by the year 2040, between 36 and 40, we need another 5 gigawatts, only because of the aging problem. And now if we put on that the environmental constraint and the cost for the emissions, you will see the whole business. We need very badly, very rapid replacement. On the right-hand side, you can see the map of the existing units and their power and the needs for the replacement. So Poland is facing really extreme extremely difficult challenge. Next slide, please. So here you have the graph showing actually the expected power demand. It will increase, that we know. And you know the gap between the units which have to be taken out of the operation. And we can see also here that the large nuclear program will be not sufficient to cover that. You know, with the very ambitious even plans for the large, we will have maximum 9 gigawatt electric in the coming 15 years. So we need to find a solution for more than 14 missing gigawatt. Otherwise, there will be a real energy crisis. And here on the right-hand side down, you can see our thought strategy of deployment of the BWRX, actually tackling the problem of this supply and demand gap. Next slide, please. And if we look at the district heating, the situation is even more serious, but also more optimistic. Poland has a very well-built, 16 million people are connecting to the heating grid. And 51% of the units which are now in operation are above 100 megawatt. And we have 55,200 megawatt thermal installed capacity. And the annual production of the heat which we need is about 79 terawatt hour. Gas, of many reasons, is not option anymore. I will remind you that in the European strategy, the gas will be not funded anymore and not invested in after year 2035. So gas is not an option, not only because of the political reason, but it's also because of the environmental reason. You have also here on the right-hand side, you know how many hard coal heating units we have. The green one is power, the blue one is the heat generation. We have lignite, brown coal, the gas biomass, and we are ready with our deployment strategy actually too. So for SMR, and this is the huge advantage of SMR, we have a clear strategy, no single watt wasted. We want to have smaller reactor closer to the local communities to be able to exploit the possibilities for heating. So no putting the heat to the air or to the water, but rather to the heating system of the local communities. Please, next slide. Well, I will skip, of course, BWRX 300 technology. For being consistent, I put the technology review. You heard that from OPG already. We did really a very, very serious analysis. And as I showed you on the former slide, the size of this reactor and its construction, its actually reduction of the cost is fitting perfectly to the Polish needs. And not saying that coming from Sweden, I am the big fan of the BWRs, and I know also that many operators really prefer BWRs as they are compared to the PWR, but that's an operator perspective. So we understand there is about 8 years experiences, as we remember, 67 reactors working worldwide out of 91 BWRs, if I remember well. So you heard about that. You made the same choice. Congratulations. So let's skip the next slide also. You probably heard about the technology. We also, analyzed the development of the passive and active systems and it also fits very well with what I was teaching my students for many years, that the problem with the nuclear, or the big sins or signs with the nuclear, was the first, that the economies were pushing reactors to the higher and higher power, creating a lot of technological problem and a lot of source risk problems, and then also that people were neglecting possibility of different reason of use the dump heat, as we called waste heat, which was a totally stupid decision done in 50s and 60s. And we also like very much the modularity and guarantee from BWR, from the GE Hitachi, that the construction will not last more than about 24 to 36 weeks, so from 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. Well, we follow also what is happening in the world. So you heard about the Ontario Power Generation. We are also in daily cooperation with OPG. We are also in contacts with the Tennessee Valley Authority. So we are following. So we are confident that being not first of the kind, but being the next of the kind, we can keep the schedule and promises which we are giving to our investors. And the first reactor in Poland will be constructed before year 2030. I can sign this document. So we are in daily contact with both of those authorities, following also their choices and their also choices for the project organization. We know that the project organization is the first step either to success or to failure. So we are following very, very cautiously, decisions which are made how to actually organize that project. Please, next slide. We started site selection process, so we are very serious. So we are analyzing potential site. We are doing this kind of the elimination choices. So we do the siting criteria and then the preliminary evaluation process. So please, the next slide, you will see how we do that. So we have 3 categories: safety, environmental, and economic criteria. And these first criteria are just to pre-select the most suitable sites. Water supply is very important, and of course, seismology and technology. So we involve Polish institutions which are well trained in making this assessment, and this first assessment is done for all potential siting for BWRs. Please, the next slide. And that is how we will proceed. The first phase is completed, as you see, establishment of the siting criteria, internal pre-screening. Then in progress, we have external pre-screening by the companies who are working with us and institution. Then we have plan of the investigation. The next steps, we will start already this year, will be detailed investigation of the selected sites, then the preparation of site evaluation and report and preparation for environmental impact report. And after that, we will submit our application to the state atomic agency, to our regulator. Then we will get application for site permit, and after receiving the site permit, we are trying also to do as many things as possible in parallel, and also involving, all the modern databases, with seismology, with the satellite observation. So we think that a lot of processes which in the past took very long time, we can shorten them. Okay, please, the next slide. Well, and we have European ambition. As you see, this is the countries which in our compass with which we will cooperate in the future. I think we can get a lot of synergy, and we can do actually this European well distributed and well established supply chain. So we are very happy welcoming Estonia on board. Next slide, please. And we are also following what is happening also with the program in US. As you know, in Sharm el-Sheikh, President Biden declared this call to nuclear program in which US will engage itself, on the preliminary stages. And of course, being, heavily coal dependent, for us, this program is just kind of the compass. We also appreciate very much their assessment that, retrofitting, exchanging the coal-fired power plant with the nuclear can save about up to 35% of the cost compared to the greenfield. Please, the next slide, the last one. So synergy with US nuclear reactors can replace 80% of coal-fired units, as the report and study from September 2022 says. And you can see also that the construction saving can go up to the 35%. So we are extremely happy that we are actually that this program was announced, because we are exactly in the process of coal to nuclear transformation. So I hope we will keep our promises concerning the speed, the dates, and we are very happy that BWRX becomes also the choice of other companies. And saying that before I finish, as I'm saying, this is not an SMR program in Poland, this is SMR program of Orlen Synthos Green Energy in Poland. There is also research reactor HTGR to be built at NCBJ in Otwock, and there are other stakeholders who are also trying to get into the nuclear with the different technologies. But we are most advanced, and we think we are the one doing the right choices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Václav. Järgmisena annab meile ülevaate.
And then next, we have an interview of what is happening in Ukraine. We have Yuri Fedak, please.
Hello, Yuri. Can you hear us? You have to try mute your mic.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Do you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we can start. Thank you. First of all, we want to say thank you for our all international partners of Ukraine for supporting us in such a hard time of Ukraine, for all provided support. Special thanks to Estonia. Ecooptima, okay, let me introduce myself and my colleagues. My name is Yuri Fedak. I'm the head of energy department of Ecooptima. Here with me today, Maria, he is our ecology engineer. Also we have Dmitry, he is director of Teplo Electro Project Company. And Taras, he is the deputy director of development. Ecooptima is the largest group of company in Western Ukraine, which is developed and implement of renewable energy sources. We are the first private-owned company in Ukraine that received a loan from European Bank Reconstruction and Development, and built the first wind farm in Western Ukraine. During the company's work, a number of projects in the field of energy were implemented. At the same time, new investment projects, in particular, small hydropower and biofuels, are constantly being developed with existing object. Total capacity of our all plants now more than 200 megawatts. Due to the aggression of Russian Federation, a large part of the energy infrastructure was damaged, such as high voltage electrical networks, substation, central substation, thermal power plants, and other. As a result of all this, Ukraine now imports electricity, but before the war started, we exported. Independence included energy independence. It is important for us as well as for Estonia. We are currently considering the possibility of replacing the existing coal power plants with the new small module reactors. The biggest one, coal power plant, like Burstin and Dobrotwir in western Ukraine, it is a coal-fired power plant located in western Ukraine, have a total capacity of 3 gigawatt. The implementation of this type of project requires a powerful team of engineers and international partners. So in previous year, Eco-Optima signed a memorandum of understanding with Fermi Energia and UGV from the Czech Republic. Also, one of the company, Teplo Elektroprojekt, which has experience in design and project development of nuclear power plants, become part of our group of company. Now I will give an opportunity to Olena to tell more about their experience in the nuclear power plant. Yes, next slide.
Good afternoon. I'm the head of the quality management department of our engineering company, Teplo Elektroprojekt. Let me please tell a little about our company. Engineering company Teplo Elektroprojekt is a part of the group of companies of Eco-Optima since 2022. Our company looks forward to take part in the designing of SMR for Ukraine. That is totally new for us as well as for others. Our company itself has a very long and rich history and was established on the base of the team of leading specialists from the GSC TEP Institute, which has been founded in 1945 as the All-Union Scientific Research and Design Institute in the energy field. Main experts of our company are skilled engineers, former employees of the above-mentioned institute, after whose projects were built many thermal power plants and combined heat and power plants that successfully still operate in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, India, Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus, and other countries, as well as our specialists at the time designed the certain buildings and facilities of nuclear power projects, Kozloduy in Bulgaria, Temelin in Czech Republic, and others. Dobrotwir thermal power plant and Burstin thermal power plant in Ukraine, which have been just mentioned by Yuri, also were designed by our specialists in the middle of 20th century. Beginning from the year of 2000, our company provides engineering of certain systems and structures for the following objects: Kudan-Kulam NPP in India, Akuyu NPP in Turkey, Belyone NPP in Bulgaria, and others. Also, renovation and reconstruction of certain systems and structures in Burstin, Dobrotwir, Ladizhin TPP, and Lviv TPP-2 in Ukraine. Our company specialized in comprehensive engineering of new power projects and reconstructions of running ones of all type and power capacities, well as certain systems and structures as facilities of nuclear power projects which refer to the components of normal operation and have no impact on the NPP safety. Our company has the certificated quality management system, certificated by the certification body SIC, the head office SIC Global Incorporation in Ontario, Canada. The last audit of the quality management system was conducted in May of 2022. The certificate was obtained confirming that the firm's quality management system complies with the requirements of the updated version of ICO international standards, which is valid until May of 2025. At the present, the TAP staff is about 100 engineers of different specialities. At the present, our company works on reconstruction of the Ukraine energy objects that have been damaged as a result of military actions. So it's the main.
Okay, next slide. I will tell some of the history, what is happening in the previous year in energy sector of Ukraine. First, on March 16, 2022, one of the key events of Ukrainian energy took place. The national energy system merged with the European network of transmission system operators for electricity in Soy. As a part of preparation for integration with Soy, the Ukrainian power system, which has been connected to the power system of Russia and Belarus since the time of the USSR, went into planned isolated mode of operation on February 24 in 2022. So a few hours before the war started. During 21 days of isolated work, the Ukrainian energy system proved its reliability and stability to our European partners. This paved the way for its marriage with Ensoy on 16 March 2022, a year ahead of schedule. On June 30, the first export of electricity from Ukraine to Europe after synchronization began. According to the results of the Ensoy monthly assessment of the impact of European energy system, export volumes gradually increased. But as I said before, now we imported electricity. Since July 30, exports have already increased by 2.5 times from the initial level. Ukrainian electricity was supplied to Romania and Slovakia, like 125 megawatts to each. Ukrainian also exported to our Poland colleague more than 200 megawatts. Another 200 megawatts was exported from Ukraine to Moldova. Synchronization with Ensoy strengthens the energy security of Ukraine and the entire region. Ukrainian electricity helped Europe get rid of dependence on Russian energy sources by reducing the use of gas in the production of electricity. The next step after the technical synchronization of the Ukrainian energy system with the European one, it is integration of our energy market. Ukrainian and the EU are working fruitfully in this direction, in particular in the previous year. During the presidents of Ukraine in the energy community, the relevant regulation and roadmap were approved. We also expect an increase in the cost of electricity in Ukraine. You can see on the map that the price of electricity in other countries much more expensive than in Ukraine. In Ukraine, it's something like 100 euro per megawatt hour. So therefore, we see a great potential in such project in Western Ukraine, like in the small modular reactor, which given that we have existing law in the area of nuclear energy and regulation. I want to give an opportunity to tell more about our ecology strategy with the implementation of SMR in Ukraine to Maria. Yeah.
Thank you, Yura. Good afternoon, dear participants. I want to present you our energy strategy and the role of nuclear energy.
Next slide. Yeah.
Next slide, please. In ensuring the decarbonization of the energy industry. In August 2017, the Cabinet of Ministers approved the energy strategy of Ukraine until 2035. In the strategy, nuclear energy, hydropower, wind energy, and other renewable energy sources producing the lowest amount of greenhouse gas emissions will have an important role in the achievement of the foresight task. Sustainable positions of Ukraine in relation to expectancy of using nuclear power will, among others, contribute to solving the problem of energy sector decarbonization. Ukraine considers nuclear power one of the most economically effective low-carbon source of energy, and now current level of pollutant emission in Ukraine is on average 80 times than envisaged by the European Union standards, depending on the type of such emission. Ukrainian Energy Ministry in the statement said the bombing left their great majority of consumers without power after Russia aggressive. Lack of electricity also impact healthcare, education, and livelihoods of Ukrainian civilians. Understandable. Civilians will resort to alternative forms of fuel, including unstable coping strategies by using more indoor heating from fuel or wood burning that is exposing them to more indoor air pollution. While on this long-term contribution to deforestation of protected areas. Apart from the humanitarian impacts, there are also serious environmental risks for targeting energy infrastructure, ranging from severe risk to a nuclear meltdown at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant as its power supply were damaged, to release of hazardous substances at bombed facilities, localized water, soil, and air pollution, and food flooding of coal miners as water pumping is halted. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. There you can see our block diagram of our task. There are very many tasks to be solved, and we understand that all the tasks in each cells are very important. Discussion, public discussion, work with government, preparation for the design. But we understand that we have an experience of design of the nuclear power plants. So our task in the technical part are general design services, technology solution, architectural and construction solution, electrical solutions, automation and telemechanic, heating and ventilation of the reactor building and auxiliary buildings on the plant, water supply and sewerage, and very many other points which have to be solved. Our tasks, we understand, we want to be the part of this design, and this is the road we have to overcome. So thank you for our support and thank you for supporting Ukraine.
Okay, next slide, please. I tell more about the project of SMR because this is the main aim of our company now, to implement SMR in Western Ukraine to 2035. In this year and previous year, the EcoOptima group of company worked with the feasibility study for the construction of small modular reactor with a capacity of 300 megawatts in Western Ukraine. At this stage, we have 3 potential sites which we are selected. After researching various technology and discussing with the partners, the BRX 300 GE Hitachi, manufactured by American-Japanese concern General Electric Hitachi, was chosen because we think that he has the best indicators of safety, easy of maintenance, maneuverability, and many other indicators. So in the map you can see the 3 potential sites where we can locate the small module reactor. It is near the city of the Stry and near the Sokal. We are working with our partner from Estonia, Fermi Energia. So we want to say thank you to our colleagues for the cooperation and opportunity to be here. We hope that in the near future we jointly build such reactors and we will do everything for this. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah.
Thank you, Yuri, and the whole EcoOptima team. Järgmiseks tuleb aga lavale meie koostööpartner.
Now we are going to hear from our partner from the Netherlands, who is going to tell us about nuclear energy development in the Netherlands, Aldrik Heijer from Water and Energy Solutions. The floor is yours.
So you're not sleeping yet, a long day. I want to tell you something about a couple of initiatives that we have. And first of all, I want to tell you about my hobby. This is my hobby, factories. And I made a company out of my hobby. I founded Water and Energy Solutions. And together with the University of Groningen, which is a university in the Netherlands, we have developed a new methodology, in essence, to find new optimization potential in complex situations. And because I have a background in chemical engineering and finance, I look at these complex situations. So we have 2 offices in the Netherlands. About 50% of our revenue comes from the Netherlands and the rest comes from all over the world. And we look at factories, but for me a factory is like a cookie factory, but also an oil refinery. We work for oil and gas fields, we work for grid operators, and we work for power plants. And because I'm a chemical engineer, my whole world is the same. It's an arrow, it's a block with a functionality and an arrow. And you have mass, you have energy, substance, and that's it, right? My world is really simple. And because my world is really simple, next slide please, I look at things in a really simplistic way. So here you see a block, it's a production process, but here you can also put your house, right? Next slide please. What do we need? We need heat and we need electricity. And from heat, if you burn stuff or use another source, you can make electricity. And if you have electricity, you can make heat. We know this. So now there's a challenge. We call this the energy transition, but in essence it's not so much the energy transition, it's a carbon transition, right? We still need energy, but we don't want the carbon in the air. Not too much anyway. So let's go to the next slide. We have some options. And these are the options that we have. And I invite you all to look at this picture, steal it from me, because these are the only options we have. Maybe there are some policymakers over here that use the word innovation a lot. Really nice, go and innovate. I don't know what that is, but go and do it, right? These are the options. So if we look at my country, the Netherlands, we have geothermal. More and more people are heating their house with a heat pump using heat from the earth. We have biomass, and you see some arrows that, the dotted arrow goes to the top. We also use biomass as a raw material, so not just energy, also a raw material, and we make converted fuels out of it. So maybe that's natural gas, right? Or some oil or whatever. We do that. We currently have a lot of fossil fuels. Well, nice. However, there's some carbon going up in the air and we don't want that anymore. So then we have a nuclear option, which has been talked about today quite a lot. We have hydropower. Well, I don't know who of you have been to the Netherlands, quite flat. So we have a lot of hydropower, but it comes through a cable running from Norway to the Netherlands, right? And not in the Netherlands. And then we have solar and wind. And well, next to optimizing factories, we also do quite a lot of work for our government, looking at strategies for decarbonization. And a couple of years ago, I was confronted, no, I was not confronted. I saw a report from our national grid operators saying that the energy transition cannot be done without hydrogen. And then I thought, that's interesting. How did they come to that conclusion? So I clicked on the report and I read the report. And what I saw is that they said in 2050, we in the European Union will only have solar and wind. And of course, if that's your assumption, you need storage. And then you need hydrogen, right? And for the people who think you cannot do that, you can. It takes a lot of time. It's really inefficient, so it costs a lot of money, but you can. If you ask my wife, I do also a lot of inefficient stuff, right? You can do that. However, you can also look at other options, and these are the options that we have. And whenever, because of your opinion, you exclude one of these options, you need to do more of the rest. And the more you exclude, because you think of something in a bad way, maybe, the more difficult it's going to get, right? So a couple of years ago, I thought, well, why is nobody in the Netherlands looking at nuclear? Because we're shutting down plants, right? Why is nobody looking at it? Because if you look at the facts, it's quite interesting. And then I started talking to people, and then I understood why nobody was looking into nuclear. Because only asking about nuclear, I was looked at like, we're not going to talk about nuclear. It's a public perception. However, we started building a lot of wind farms. We started electrifying cars, electrifying houses, electrifying industry. And we started having some, not problems, maybe challenges, but now we have problems. Because we cannot transport all the electricity through our grid. And not only that, we need to build our grid, and we don't have a shortage of money, we have a shortage of people. It's not feasible to do this. And even at my customers, for water and energy solutions, all over the world, you see more and more shortages of people running the factories. And now here we have a lot of people from the nuclear industry supplying energy maybe to factories and to the built environment and to mobility and so on. However, you need to see the challenge that also these people, they're trying to find new workers, but they're having a more difficult time, right? So we need a simple solution, a solution in which we can use a limited amount of people with a great amount of output. And for energy, of course, that's nuclear. So next slide, please. So I started looking at nuclear, and well, you can read a lot of reports, good ones, bad ones, right? Saying nuclear is great, saying nuclear is wrong. But in essence, we've been doing this a long time, and we know it works. And we also know from the models, it's better with than without. We know this. if you do the calculations, also back of an envelope in the evening after a couple of beers, right? You know, this is going to get cheaper if you do nuclear, right? And we also know that we need carbon-free dispatchable power in some way, right? And then it becomes a challenge because now we need dispatchable power, but how many hours per year do we need dispatchable power? The more wind you build subsidized, the less hours the dispatchable power is going to operate. And the more expensive the whole system is going to be. So now there's a challenge. Not only that is it that nuclear maybe is a little bit of a difficult subject sometimes, but it's also that nuclear is competing with something that we in the European Union believe in very much, wind and solar. So that's a difficult thing. So after a while, I found out that nobody really wanted to do that in the Netherlands. And big companies said, well, yeah, maybe. And today we heard some big companies developing. But a couple of years ago, this wasn't the case. So I started giving presentations about what you could do and what's a good idea, maybe what's a bad idea. And in one of those presentations, I came across Fermi. I met Kalev. And we started talking and we said, well, we need to do something about this. Maybe it's time that we join forces. Because the people working at Water and Energy Solutions, most of them have a background in chemical engineering. And again, when I look at a factory, it's a block, an arrow, and a block. So a nuclear power plant is a heating block with a cooling element, right? It's quite simple. And the difference between a nuclear power plant and a coal-fired power plant is the heating block and some other stuff. But basically, we have the knowledge. We know how to build factories. We know how to build production facilities. The only thing we don't know is the nuclear part. So we said, maybe we should start up a company together. Next slide, please. And we did so. And this is actually the first time that I'm publicly mentioning that we did this, because the first thing that we did is we went to our cabinet, our ministers, asked them for advice, asked other people for advice, and the advice that we got was, please don't mention anything. Please develop, please go. So we started talking to our Department of Economic Affairs, we started talking to local municipalities, we started talking to our nuclear regulator, the ANVS, and we started all the processes, but nobody knows about it until today. And why today? Well, that's because we have elections coming. You too, yeah. National elections, we have provincial elections, but for us the local support is really important, and we need to show that this is a serious option also for provinces in our small country of the Netherlands. And that is a serious option. Next slide, please. We already know because we started before this, but at the end of 2021 there was a new Dutch government with a coalition agreement. And that was the first time that they said, well, nuclear can complement solar, wind, and geothermal. We have a lot of biomass, they didn't mention that. We can produce hydrogen from nuclear, and it makes us less dependent on natural gas. They wanted to be less dependent on natural gas back then because we have one of the largest natural gas fields in Europe, but we also have earthquakes because of the natural gas extraction. So we wanted to get rid of the natural gas, and then, of course, another thing happened in the eastern part of Europe, and it speeded stuff up. And they said, well, the Dutch government will take the necessary steps to construct nuclear power plants, and they will assist commercial operators in their studies. And up to 2030, they've made available 5 billion euros to do the studies. So this is going to speed things up. Challenge is, who's going to do it? Because we have one nuclear power plant in the Netherlands, not a lot of people working in the nuclear industry, so we need to team up and form an international team to speed things up in the Netherlands. And the final thing is that our government says we're going to work on final storage. We have a storage facility already in the Netherlands. It's a temporary one, temporary in the sense that it will operate until 2130. And then we need a permanent storage facility, and we're working on that. So we have the government commitment, and now we also have the team of people to do it. So Water and Energy Solutions and Fermi Energia combine their forces in the Netherlands to build one of the first SMRs. Next slide. And I will thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Aldrik. Jätkame aga ülevaatega töörühma vahearuandest ja järgnevatest
We are going to continue with an overview of Government Nuclear Energy Working Group. Reelika Runnel, member of Government's Nuclear Energy Working Group from the Ministry of Environment. The floor is yours.
Nii, tervist.
Good afternoon. My task now is before the coffee break to bring you back to Estonia and to the reality we have today when it comes to the possibility of deployment of nuclear energy. So April 2021, the government of the Republic made a decision to establish a national nuclear energy working group. And the members there are almost all the ministries in Estonia, Government Office, Environmental Board, and Consumer Production and Technical Supervision Board. So today we have already heard many presentations of different aspects of establishing a nuclear power plant regarding choice of technology, financing, surveys, also possibilities for training of staff. But at the same time, we also have to remember that in Estonia, we have not yet made a political decision whether nuclear energy would be the type of energy which would help us to assure energy security and would help us to achieve our climate objectives. Even if the developer of the power plant will be a private sector and most of the preparatory work can be done by private companies, then when it comes to nuclear energy, it is this kind of a power which cannot be used before the government has done all the necessary preparations and has made an informed decision. So in order to build a nuclear power plant in Estonia, the government first has to create a process which would look into licensing. So that means the regulatory body has to be in place. Second, we need to create a legal framework. That means adopting necessary laws and regulations. And it means also that other legal acts need to be amended in accordance with the new legislation. Third, we need to establish also a national competence. That means that in the public sector, we would have people who have competence in nuclear sector, so who will be equal partners. But this all needs time for preparation and it needs additional investments. Then the state wishing to start the deployment of nuclear energy will have to find answers to many questions. Our working group follows the UN International Atomic Energy Agency roadmap. So this has 19 different aspects which need to be analyzed. So in order for the state to make a decision, we have to make sure whether we have possibilities for disposal of waste, what's going to happen with the nuclear waste, is this a suitable energy source, and how it would fit within our national system. When we are analyzing the situation, then we are using the roadmap, which allows us to analyze all the topics which need to be analyzed. And as a final outcome, by the end of the year, we develop final report with the proposals from the working group. So in order to find out whether in Estonia we have the sites where we can look at the possibility of a building or disposal of waste, then there's another sub-working group for spatial planning. When it comes to the choice of a region, then this work will be done by the end of March. And then hopefully we will be able to introduce this to the general public and also to the local governments. At the same time, we are developing a human resource strategy which answers the question, how many people do we need and what should be the competence if we want to use nuclear energy in the future? What do we need in the public sector, and what kind of framework we need on a national level? That means the establishment of a competent authority. By the end of June, it should be clear what are the legal acts which we need to develop, and first new nuclear law draft will be developed. As war in Ukraine has brought the issue of security to the forefront, then by the end of February we have also nuclear security and emergency preparedness subgroup. And this subgroup will then analyze what kind of impact a nuclear power plant would have when it comes to our national security, and how well we could cope when we need to solve an emergency. All these topics which need to be analyzed in accordance to the Atomic Energy Agency, a list will have to be done by the end of summer. And before we submit the final report to the government, we want to be certain that the analysis have been sufficiently thorough and the information provided by the report is appropriate and relevant. So in October, we will invite experts from the International Atomic Energy Agency to visit Estonia, who will carry out an expert mission audit and who will then review whether the nuclear energy working group has been sufficiently thorough in the work, so that based on the analysis carried out, the government and the parliament later will have a chance to make an informed decision. We will also continue with providing information to the public about the work of our working group, and at the same time we'll provide training to the public sector employees regarding the nuclear energy based on the US program and with the help of the experts. So now when the nuclear energy working group has finished their work, and by the end of the year we have submitted our conclusions of the final report to the government with the support from the International Atomic Energy Agency, so then the decision regarding the deployment of nuclear energy is in the hands of the Parliament. Hopefully, the Parliament will then make a decision during the first half of 2024. So if the answer is no, then the Nuclear Energy Working Group will conclude their work, and there'll be no further activities for the nuclear program. So that means that the Parliament has decided that nuclear energy is not a suitable choice for Estonia in order to guarantee security of supply. But if people find that nuclear energy is a good solution, then we will move on to the second stage. That means we'll start with actual activities, for example, establishment of the competent authority, adopting legal decisions, and making decisions regarding planning permissions, and then sites choice, and all the other activities regarding construction. As you can see from the lineup for the conference today, then Estonia will not have to find answers by ourselves, but in our work we can also use the help of international experts and the help of our friendly countries. When it comes to the Nuclear Energy Working Group, we are working in hand with international organizations and government authorities of other countries. Our primary cooperation partner is the International Atomic Energy Agency, and they are helping us with guidelines, with training, and with expert missions. In addition to that, we benefit from the nuclear energy trainings offered by the United States. We are about to agree cooperation memorandum with the Canadian nuclear regulator. So that means that we will monitor the licensing process in Canada for an SMR, so our experts can get some good information. We have good relationships with our northern neighbors, Finland, and their nuclear regulator, STUK, has been of great assistance. We have benefited from study visits to France and Japan. The members of the working group have been able to see themselves different activities in the nuclear industry. So if the decision is positive regarding nuclear energy, then we have the state support and additional information. And I'm also convinced that if the politicians will make a positive decision, then in Estonia, the information is available also in the public sector. Thank you. Thank you very much for this very good presentation. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so we cannot continue with questions. But if you have any questions, then during the break, you can have a chat with Reelika. And since we are run behind of time, we can only have a 15-minute break, so please return 15.
Our next speaker is Vesa. She's the head of the local municipality in Eurajoki, and she will talk about site selection for spent fuel final repository. The floor is yours.
Hello everybody, and it's very nice to be here on the behalf of Eurajoki municipality. I have quite tight situation if I manage to tell you in 15 minutes about final disposal and how we managed to do it in Eurajoki in good cooperation, but I try. And I come from Eurajoki municipality, and the Eurajoki is the heart of health and well-being, and we have a quite long history with nuclear facilities, and maybe we can tell for you about things how we managed to do final disposal decision making and of course other decision making in nuclear facilities. In Eurajoki we have about 9,300 inhabitants, and as you very well know, we have 3 power plants, and the last one will be in use in March of 2023. And then we have also interim storage for spent fuel and repository for low and medium level waste. And the final disposal for spent fuel will be in operation in 2024 or 5, and it's the first place in the world. And people across the world, they want to know a lot of final disposal because we are the first place in the world which will have final disposal. Of course, Eurajoki municipality is much more. We are modern and dynamic, many-sided municipality. We have other kind of ways to produce energy. We will have in few years windmills, about 26 windmills, and mill size is about 6 megawatts per mill. And of course, there are some solar energy units under planning at the moment. But we have a different kind of energy producing systems in Eurajoki. Of course, when we talk about final disposal and nuclear facilities, the safety is the main thing. Safety is the most important factor of all. And how we do in Finland when nuclear power company will start to plan new system, first engineers and scientists, they search this right way to do those things, for example, final disposal. And when they find right way, as they find in our case, after that will come political decision making. And when you do things like that, it's easier because professionals, scientists and engineers, they know which is the safest way to do final disposal. And of course, for us, solutions have to be today's technology, and every role and responsibilities have to be clear for everyone. Everyone has a right place, and they know what they are doing. And according our Nuclear Energy Act, we have to take care of our nuclear waste. And it's prohibited to export or import spent fuel in Finland. It's according our law. And there has to be also up-to-date requirements to control over whole life cycle. And in Finland, our regulator, STUK, verifies safety at all stages. In Finland, people trust a lot about STUK, and it's very highly valued regulator and independent subscriber and supplier and political decision making. And that's the good way. And in Finland, people know very well that if everything hasn't done according regulations and laws, Stuk will never allow to do anything in nuclear facilities. We have had nuclear facilities over 40 years, and it's quite long history. And it includes also open and transparent cooperation. Olkiluoto is also known well-operating power plants and very high safety culture. During over 40 years, there has been a lot of people who are working in Olkiluoto, and they also know very well how high-level security culture there is. There isn't any family who doesn't have any relative or friend who hasn't worked in Olkiluoto in our area, because the history is so long. And of course, when we talk about open and transparent cooperation, I can say that TVO and Posiva, they have very good main policy. It's unconditional transparency, which has also developed necessary confidence in our area. There has been a lot of seminars and public info sessions at the site. In Olkiluoto, there's also a visitor center. Before Corona, there was about 15,000 visitors per year. It's a very big amount of visitors. And there has also been official information and public hearings which are organized by the Ministry of Employment and Economy and Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, Stuk, and Eurajoki Municipality. So, quite long history and many seminars and official information sessions. And when we talk about cooperation with municipality, there has been very active dialogue between municipality and TVO from the 70s. We know very well what is happening in Olkiluoto, and the TVO and Posiva knows also what is going on in our municipality. We have had cooperation groups of Eurajoki Municipality, TVO and Posiva since 1995. And of course, in those days when they discuss about allowing final disposal in Eurajoki Municipality, they find a way that we have very great opportunity to build Eurajoki brand, the most electrified municipality in the Finland and in the world. After Olkiluoto 3 will start producing electricity, it's about 30% Finnish energy production from Olkiluoto. It's quite a big amount. And when we talk about trust and local acceptance, it plays a key role when selecting the site for nuclear facilities and final disposal. It doesn't happen 1 or 2 years. It takes time. And as you very well know that when we talk about trust, it never comes 1 or 2 years, and different actors have to be behind the words what they are doing. They have to do like they have said. And when Eurajoki Municipality allowed to final disposal, it was quite easier. It was easier because they know about nuclear facilities already. In Finland, I can say that in our area, not only Eurajoki, but in whole Satakunta area, people know much more about nuclear facilities and nuclear issues than in national level, because we have nuclear power plants and final disposal here. during those over 40 years, there has been a lot of discussion in these areas, and it has helped to do those decisions which are needed. And according to our law, we have also right of veto when municipality is making decisions in principle. And it's also a good thing, because if municipality says no, it cannot happen. And that's why it's municipality's own decision according to our law. And like I said before, the trust has developed during decades, and TVO and POSIVA, they have always done what they are said, and that's the good thing for us. People know how they act, and they inform people a lot of what is happening all the time on Olkiluoto. And of course, for us, when we talk about benefits what we will have from Olkiluoto, of course there's a lot of working places. It's very important for municipality that we can have income taxes from Olkiluoto, and also we can have real estate taxes. That's how it's much easier for us to develop our municipality and plan future investments when we have good tax incomes. We have incomes from real estate taxes about 20 million per year. And it's according to our laws, and that's how it goes in Finland. But the money is not the key word here, because the trust is the key word. And trust has developed during decades, and that's why people are used to nuclear facilities and final disposal, and that's how it has gone in Eurajoki. And there's the three conclusions. The safety is the main issue, and open and transparent cooperation, of course, and trust and local acceptance, and which has developed during over 4 decades. And okay, that's the final sheet. And thank you for your attention, and it was very great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vesa. It was a great presentation. Järgmiseks liitub.
Now the next speaker will be over internet. So the representative of Fermi Selected Technology Vendor. So one of the authors, Kristen Dagren. And in his presentation, he will discuss how exactly the new generation of SMRs came about.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hear you.
Okay, there's an echo here. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks from Wilmington, North Carolina. It's a great honor to be here, and I have read the news, and I'm honored that we were selected. My name is Christer Dahlgren. I'm a chief consulting engineer at Hitachi, and I'm one of the inventors of this technology with 2 others. I'm showing on the slide here. Hold on. Hopefully that works. I'm trying to. There it is. This is this title slide of a presentation that we held in Helsinki in March 2019 at a seminar about district heating. And that's where I met Colin for the first time. Frederick and Dave Sledzik were with me. And this is how we presented this slide. The nuclear industry is at a critical point that requires change. Change in regulation, change in approach, and innovation. The why? Because of low gas prices, increasing cost of large water reactor construction, cancellation of projects, the industry must change. So we at GEH recognize this, and we have started to innovate with a different focus and objectives. And it has led to the 10th generation of the boiling water reactor, the BWRX-300. So that was 4 days ago almost, and that's when we met Carla for the first time. And I told him that you have to see what we're designing. And the rest is history. So earlier in our remarks, we focused on the excitement and the future of SMRs in general, BWRX-300 in particular, but I would like to focus more on the history and how this design came about. And we also show a little bit where we are today. So this slide shows the innovation and that has occurred in the BWR, boiling water reactor product line over time. We see on this slide that simplification has always been a driver for our boiling water reactors. And when we were in 2018-19 timeframe, our product portfolio included very large plants, ABWR and ESBWR. They were 13 to 1500 megawatt electric. And one of the drivers for this large size was economies of scale. But it came at a cost of a very large initial investment in money and time, and a very few project opportunities. So those opportunities became very customized and site-specific. And we wanted to change that approach. So we had to undo, the challenge was to make the reactor smaller without undoing the benefits of economies of scale. So the large designs that resulted from economies of scale were not selling in the marketplace. And we know that simply making the ESBWR smaller would not going to hit the targets we needed to make for the design to work. So the answer was a simpler design, and the simplicity was achieved by including a few innovative features into the design. The reactor pressure isolation valves, isolation condensers, and a steel concrete modular construction combined with minimum excavation. All those were to drive simplicity, shorten implementation schedule, and which leads to an overall lower expense and risk of the project to occur. By the way, this is a new slide, but we used a similar slide in our deck in February 2019, or March 19. That idea, coupled with the fact that we're literally using proven technology at the core. Literally, we've sold over 20,000 fuel assemblies that are used in our core. And by combining our simple design, innovative features with our proven design at the, so to speak, heart of the reactor, we knew that we had something that could be developed in time to meet the market demands. The hard part was basically already tested and proven in proven technologies. And we used a version of this slide also in that presentation. A little bit different, but very similar. So that was 4 years ago. And that's why he set up the objective for this design work and this long journey. Since then, we have been working on very hard on the design itself, on the things that do not show up on Twitter. Like we've initiated licensing in several countries. We've completed a PSAR submittal in Canada. We've completed a safety strategy, a fault evaluation, and allocated functional requirements to systems in the plant, which leads to a clear path to safety classification and a clear path to requirements for procurement, installation, and operation of the plant systems. Systems, structures, and component design is well underway. Procurement activities have started. And in the next 2 years, the standard design will be completed, and we will start construction at the Darlington site in Canada. There are exciting times ahead. So therefore, I join Jay Wallman and my other colleagues at GE, and I express how excited we are to work even more closely moving forward as we bring the BWX300 to Estonia. Congratulations to Fermi, the leadership, founders, and investors, and welcome and thank you very much.
Järgmisena räägib meile.
Next, we are going to hear from a member of the Finnish Green Party, Atte. He will tell us about the turn in the political support of nuclear energy.
Yes. Are you here, Atte? We don't hear you. Atte, you can try to mute your mic. Maybe we're gonna hear you then better, because somehow it's worked that way.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. Thank you.
All right. There's slight echo. So. Probably not. Okay, but yeah, so sorry for not being called in Tallinn, but have to be around by the connection. And I was going to talk about Finnish political support or journey to political support for nuclear energy, a Finnish example. So I'm to say a couple of words about myself. I'm an MP here representing the Green Party. I'm the vice chair of the party and I lead the Green parliamentary group. I also sit in helping city council and my background in socio-economic impact research on climate change. I have 4 slides here that introduce a bit of the situation in Finland, probably for many perhaps familiar, but I think you know where we come from and how the kind of political support and public support is working. I think this plays well with what Vesa was saying about Eurenergia, about the local support. I'm looking at it on more on a national level. But the Finnish energy economy runs largely still too heavily dependent on fossil fuels and biomass. We're committed to the carbon neutrality by 2035, and we also not just cutting down the emissions, but strong electrification of the energy system is expected to be kind of one of the leading ways that the decarbonization happens. All in all, Finland uses a bit less than 400 terawatt hours of energy, primary energy, of which electricity is 90 approximately, and then the idea is this could at least grow by half by 2050. I actually think it's going to be more. Nuclear has a strong role in our portfolio. This is from, I think, 22 or 21. The figures, so of course, Olkiluoto 3 has then come partially online every now and then. We're waiting for it to finally start running. So it's going to be a bigger share even in the future. And we have five sites in Olkiluoto 3 and Loviisa 2. They just got a lifetime extension, or they're expected to get the final green light for the lifetime extensions. And then the Onkalo, the repository for final waste, is about to start its operations in this decade. Already one research reactor decommissioned, and then we have the Hanhikivi, the Russian project that was cancelled. The current nuclear legislation, Vesa was already touching on this. So the idea is that the use of nuclear energy must be in the general interest of the society and must not cause harm to people or the environment or advance nuclear proliferation. And all nuclear power plants require decision in principle from the parliament and the municipality in question, as Vesa was saying. And Stuk has a strong role, independent role in supervising the nuclear safety. One other issue is that there's a specific nuclear waste management fund that is collected by funds that is funded by funds collected from the industry. And I think this was also mentioned by Vesa, that nuclear waste created in Finland must be disposed of in Finland. How is this going to perhaps develop, or what's affecting the kind of the future perspectives of nuclear energy in Finland? Well, it is and has been a very important part of our energy portfolio. It is necessary to guarantee our energy security, sustainability, and energy equity. And there are several trends that underline the need for new nuclear power in the future as well. As I mentioned or showed there, we still have to replace the remaining fossil fuels and peat use. At the same time, we need to secure carbon sinks and biodiversity in forests, which limits the role of bioenergy clearly. And then we have the electrification of industries and transportation needed to decarbonize those sectors of the economy. And of course, the stuff that cannot be electrified directly will demand some kind of hydrogen-based, or largely rely on hydrogen-based fuels and burning. So we need that stuff as well. So there's clearly need for clean electricity and heat in the future, or growing need all the time, and here nuclear can play and plays an important role. Well, how do Finns then look at nuclear power? They like it. So here you see the public acceptance trends measured by the Finnish Energy, a general poll among the populace, how Finns view nuclear energy. So the dark red purple is ones who want to see it increased, light purple those who are willing to see it kept at current levels, and yellow ones are the opposing ones. Greens are the gray ones are without opinion. And here we can see that the nuclear power has had a kind of steadily growing trend already. Fukushima took a hit, recovered, and during the last couple of years, it has grown record numbers. Already before the war in Ukraine, I think they're kind of driven by, I would say, climate urgency. And now, of course, the Russia's war in Ukraine has made it crystal clear that we really need to speed up in make sure that we are not dependent on foreign, especially Russian fossil fuels. And this has been showing as a major trend. So we have a clear public support for increasing the use of nuclear power in Finland. I don't know all the records of different countries, but I'm guessing that these are world-leading numbers regarding the attitudes toward nuclear power. This I didn't put all the figures here, but I find interesting. This is also split among gender, age, education, and political positions. So those who identify as green voters, they answered in 2022 that 52 of the identified green voters were willing to increase the use of nuclear power. 20 as keep the current, and then a bit less than a quarter degree. I'll go in detail about the green position, the political position of the party, but I'm just saying that actually our party is still, our voters are the most skeptical on average on nuclear power, and yet these are the numbers of this kind of most skeptical party. So you can guess what for the many other parties that the figures are even more higher. Well, this is I already touched upon the green voters, and also the energy industry polls on what people's view on SMRs. Another topic here today. Majority of Finns have heard of SMRs, and 2/3 are positive towards small modular reactors, and 50% are negative. So actually, the SMRs also have clear political public support in developing those. More interesting figures. We had municipal elections in 2021. There was one this kind of voting compasses where all the candidates are asked several questions, and they fill in, and the voters can then click and find the candidates that are most closely follow their views on the topics. And one of the questions asked by one media, Iltalehti, was that for those running for the City Council of Helsinki, that whether they would accept siting a nuclear power plant of new kind in Helsinki. And actually, of the sitting council, majority either completely or partially agree. So I would say that that often comes out a kind of idea that people are opposing at local level, but I think there's clearly also potential for new sites. Our policy in our party is that we want to take care of. This is from our political program, that we see nuclear energy as part of a sustainable energy portfolio, but it's important, of course, to guarantee and the safety. And then specifically, we've seen that the lifetime extensions are okay if they're deemed safe, and that nuclear energy legislation, which is now under renewal, or the preparation of the renewal is going on, that it should be renewed and make sure that it enables SMR development by streamlining the legislation. So we're kind of okay, and to some extent quite clearly on the side of it. Why is nuclear so popular? What's behind this turn? I would say that there's these traditional explanations, that we are pragmatic. We have an engineering mindset here in Finland. We've been able to distribute the societal benefits of nuclear power quite well in our structures regarding, for example, the real estate tax mentioned earlier. We have high trust towards authorities. Of course, it has to be kind of, it has had to be built. Stuk is here an important player, and we have an accepted waste disposal solution. That discussion is pretty much done. More recent explanations I would point out, of course, right now, the urgent one is cutting dependency of Russian energy and cutting Russia out of its revenues regarding energy. So that's clearly an issue. Then there's the sense of urgency regarding climate change. So we know that we need to replace fossil fuels with zero emission energy production, and I think we also the debate has kind of followed on concrete case examples and analytical approach, During this term in the government, the different industry sectors made these kind of low energy roadmaps, which underlined the need for new clean electricity. And for example, the Helsinki district heating, which is now largely done by coal and to some extent gas, or previously with gas, has been an example of how hard it is actually to replace centralized combined heat and power plant in an actually sustainable way. And this has actually led a lot to interest towards SMRs, the similar district heating challenge we're facing in many cities, because we know that biomass is a problematic midterm solution as well. In general, I think science-based policymaking is largely accepted and promoted in Finland. This is also in our party. We wanted to position ourselves as a kind of science party, science-based party. And if you look at the science, then it's really hard to be dogmatically against nuclear power. And I think it's also a bit of a discourse thing that, for example, instead of renewable energy, we in the current policy program, in the government platform, often discuss about non-combustion based energy, or zero emission energy and so on. So the idea is not to make sure that it's more analytical approach, and also not put kind of renewables against everything else, but talk about, okay, that we need wind, solar, nuclear, we need all the zero carbon options in our portfolio to actually get through with the decarbonization challenge we're facing. But yeah, I think this is the kind of my explanation why the case of Finland looks like this, and how it actually looks. I think there's clearly good political ground on moving forward for renewing the nuclear energy legislation, and also to see new nuclear investments in the country. But thank you very much, and happy to. I don't know. I guess I don't have time. You don't have time for me to take questions, but happy to be connected with any questions later on or comments.
Yes.
Thank you.
Kiitos, Ata. It is true that we don't have time for questions, but if there any is coming up, we will refer them to you. Edasi liikudes räägime aga.
Now moving on, let's talk about mistakes. So mistakes which have been made when it comes to previous power plant. So here we have the researcher Thomas Jarmanovic of the International Defense Studies Center. Good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to stand here before you, and I'm very grateful to Fermi Energia for this opportunity. And although I've been already domesticated ages ago, I'm a Lithuanian, but now I'd like to continue in English.
I am, thank you, Aita. Thomas Jarmanovic. I'm Director of Research at the International Center for Defense and Security, Estonia's premier security and defense and foreign policy research think tank. I'm from Lithuania originally. I've been here for a long time now. And my topic today is Lithuania. It's been a very long and interesting day today, and everyone probably is looking forward to Kalev's final speech and perhaps a drink or two to celebrate the event's success. But all great stories need to be balanced by cautionary tales. And not a hair-raising, horror story, after which you would really need a drink or two, but something showing that sailing ahead with the project that you heard today about will not be as smooth as everybody expects. And Lithuania suits almost perfectly for this purpose. Next slide, please. A lot of the story that I'm going to tell you is laid out in ICDS report from September last year, generally supported by Fermi Energia research grant and composed together by three outstanding American analysts, Max Bergman, Peter Crail, and Thomas O'Donnell. two Lithuanians, Tomas Janeliūnas from Vilnius University and myself, and my colleague at ICDS, Tinis Idarant. And I really invite you to read that report. It's rather interesting reading, highlights what security threats will arise, what implications Estonia's decision will have to its international partnerships and foreign policy, because in such monumental decisions as becoming a nuclear energy country, they're not only economic, environmental, technological, or societal factors and implications to consider, but also geopolitical ones, especially in the current security environment in which we live. And the story I'm going to tell you is basically a story of a rise and fall of Visaginas nuclear power plant project in Lithuania that the three Baltic states and Poland set out to implement. A story of how a country with nuclear energy competence, infrastructure, strong public support to nuclear energy, and a solid deal has suddenly and very abruptly abandoned that ambition. If all went well, we would now probably have had a major power generation source in the region already operating, perhaps undercutting Fermi Energia's business case, but that's another discussion. Next slide, please. To those who are not familiar, text in, please. Just another enter. A little bit of a background of what happened. You probably need to move one forward again to just get the text. Yes, thank you. Lithuania closed its Soviet-era Ignalina nuclear power plant as a precondition for one of the preconditions for the EU membership. These were RBMK-type Soviet reactors, which were deemed unsafe, so the European Union insisted we close it. And as a result, the country overnight turned from a net producer to net importer of electricity. Lithuania still depends about 70% of its electricity supply on imports. The public was in favor of continuing with nuclear power. In 2007, up to 60% was in favor of doing something new. And the conditions were in place, the regulatory framework, technical competence, infrastructure, workforce. And in 2006, we got our friends, Baltic partners, Latvia, Estonia, to jump on board and issue a declaration that, yes, we support a new regional nuclear power plant, and Lithuanian National Energy Strategy said that we might even have it by 2015. Very optimistic, of course, but still. Poland joined the project later on, and finally there was agreement signed with Hitachi of Japan in 2012 for a new generation ABWR reactor in the same location in Visaginas where the old decommissioned power plant was located. However, in October 2012, alongside the parliamentary elections, Lithuania also held a referendum, a consultative referendum, basically meaning that its outcome was not supposed to be obligatory to the government to follow, and in which 34% supported the new plant. Overall turnout was 52%. So basically, the government failed to secure the support of the public to the new power plant, and the opposition won the elections, and when it came into office, decided to honor the public voice and abandoned the whole project. The project was discontinued. Next slide, please. What are the key lessons? Well, first of all, context and timing really matters. Remember what was happening at that time. We're just fresh after Fukushima disaster, the global financial crisis and the very painful financial budgetary cuts and economic impact, but also implosion of popularity of and trust in the governing parties in Lithuania at that time, amplified by the societal divisions and vulnerabilities. Context today is very different, of course. We have a war in Europe, we have energy crisis. We can now tell that Russia, without any wrapping into niceties, that Russia is the enemy. And the context is very different, but again, we have to heed the lessons of Lithuania because certain things, come back in spiral, and tend to repeat themselves in different contexts. And one of the things is that we notice that a small stone, as we can say, can overturn a cart. The power of marginal actors who sprung into action to oppose the nuclear energy in Lithuania, very many of them, multiple actors, really had an impact. And indeed, it is the same bunch that keeps popping up on all sensitive societal issues. Against NATO EU membership before that, shale gas exploration in Lithuania, sale of agricultural land to the foreigners, LGBT rights, immigrants, sanctions against Russia, now support to Ukraine. It's exactly the same bunch of people under different organizational titles, but it seems to be a very well-coordinated network of actors in action against the strategic interests of Lithuania and its allies and partners. And then, of course, as we say in the military strategy, and the enemy has a say. Russia's active measures were put in place to actively oppose the project, and the government really lacked the capacity to counter that. Next slide, please. So let me zoom in onto those, that aspect of that the enemy has a say. The enemy, Russia, had a very clear set of aims in energy policy in relation to the Baltic states and Lithuania. To hinder liberalization of our energy markets and their integration with the European markets, to maintain a monopoly of gas supply, unrelated to nuclear, but still, prevent development of new electricity generation capacity and maintain dependency of the Baltic states on electricity imports from Russia and Belarus. So what they did, first of all, they announced the two parallel projects alongside Visaginas in Kaliningrad district and in Belarus. Those were kind of very tentative, just kind of ideas, but they said, yeah, why do you bother building your own nuclear power plant? Join us. You know, you'll get electricity, cheap electricity from there. You will not have the same costs, you know, that you might incur, the same risks that you may run, and so on. Just join us. Powerful lobbying campaign to do so. Alongside the cognitive warfare, undermining perceptions of economic prospects of Visaginas nuclear power plant. Information warfare was quite active against the project, sowing doubts about the economic costs, future profitability of Visaginas nuclear power plant, inducing the conspiracy theory that this Visaginas project was a purposeful impoverishment of the Lithuanian people by the elite. And translating, of course, into political warfare, harnessing the, what I call pseudo-Greens and various marginal political groups, exploiting corruption, and the famous case of Mindaugas Bastys, a member of parliament that I will briefly speak about, and leveraging gas lobby. You know, gas lobby was very well connected in Lithuania with some political circles and elites, and of course they were certainly not interested in having a nuclear power plant, new nuclear power plant in Lithuania. Plus elements of intimidation and even physical threats to people involved in advancing the project. As a result of this whole set of active measures against the project, the former Prime Minister, or Prime Minister at the time, Andrius Kubilius, who is now a member of European Parliament, admitted that Lithuania has really lost a hybrid war against Russia. Basically saying that against Visaginas nuclear power plant, this ended in a complete victory for the Kremlin and Rosatom. So now we have the Astrovets problem, because the Russians proceeded with building the nuclear power plant in Belarus almost immediately after Visaginas nuclear power plant was suspended. And former Prime Minister saying that the victory of the Kremlin was realized in Lithuania by well-known parties and well-known business figures who in 2013 were able to enjoy very successful deals with businesses close to the Kremlin and in Russia. Next slide. But of course, you know, it's not a passive reception of what is happening. We had a say as well in that. Lithuanian State Security Department, the State Intelligence and Counterintelligence Authority, identified the threat early on and issued warnings about what is happening. There were political signals from top leadership. The former president at that time, Dalia Grybauskaitė, was very forceful in calling the government to stem the persistent disinformation against the project. And there was also pushback against the political corruption related to that. A special parliamentary investigation was launched by the National Security and Defense Committee of the Parliament, which found that the member of the Parliament, Mindaugas Bustis, was really serving and working for the Russian interests. There was an impeachment proceeding launched against the member of Parliament, which failed to gather enough votes, but he stepped down himself. The question is how many of such heroes remain unknown. This is one of the just public figures that was in play. Our report concluded that the failure of the project was mainly due to the political indecision, lack of clear communication, as well as potentially complicated project implementation, but Russia made considerable effort to exploit those weaknesses for their gains. Next slide, please. And there are, of course, consequences we're still paying for. Nuclear energy has become very discredited in Lithuania as a result of what happened. Only now, very kind of timidly, some officials begin to mutter that perhaps nuclear has a role in our overall energy mixture. Next point. Next, please. Yes. We have continuing deficits of electricity and depend on imports. As a result of Astraviets nuclear power plant, which I submit to you, was a classical reflexive control exercise by Russia. Lithuania, of course, deems it a top threat to national security. We entered into very acrimonious period of relations with Estonia and Latvia over electricity imports from Belarus and Russia. And that, of course, undermined the economic prospects of the very sensitive region, Visaginas, where the plant was planned. It's 75% of population is Russian speakers. So it's like a Narva of Lithuania in some ways. And, of course, the unemployment is high there. The prospects, economic prospects, are pretty grim in that region. Some takeaways. Next slide, please. I would say that, we need in here in Estonia, judging what will happen in Lithuania, really build and maintain a very broad political and societal consensus, and not to think that marginal groups will not have an impact if ignored. You cannot just ignore them. You have to deal with them, tackle them. Arrogance kills ideas. Lithuanian government and some officials at that time were truly arrogant and just almost invited as a punishment, the vote against their project. Make a very clear economic, environmental and geopolitical case and be honest about and transparent about all the risks that this involves. But let me be very clear. Make no mistake, Russia will come after this project. They will not let it go. It's not in the interest of Russia to have, Fermi's or whoever else's small modular reactor. They will target the reputation of and trust in the technology itself, the technology providers, the companies, the countries, United States, Japan, Canada. They will target the reputation of Estonian government as a trustworthy and credible guardian, competent guardian of nuclear energy, of the company itself implementing the project. I'm sure there will be a gas lobby also activated. There was a question posed at the World Energy Council Estonia annual conference whether Russian gas will come back. I know Kalev was very triggered by that question. Actually, that question was posed by me because I'm starting to pick some weak signals and just watch the recording of the conference. I think only one state-owned energy utilities CEO was very adamant and very, very unequivocal about that this is not going to happen, but the other answers were rather interesting. So there will be opportunities to exploit the divisions, the differences in the society, and that will happen. Cyber, information attacks, even physical sabotage. We have to really seriously think about the terrorist threat after what happened to Nord Stream pipelines. It's not beyond Russia's playbook to sabotage the infrastructure and the critical assets of the country. So hope that, of course, the potential of Russia for shenanigans will have been eroded by the time that this project goes ahead. Capacity to conduct malignant operations will have been disrupted. But hope is not a method of security planning. I think we need vigilance, we need preparedness, we need adaptability, we need sound communication and engagement across the society and the political spectrum on a truly strategic project, which is strategic not only for Estonia, but for the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Ja nüüd palun lavale Fermi Energia.
Now I would like to give the floor to Kalev Kallemets, CEO of Fermi Energia. Good afternoon. I usually wear a Fermi shirt, but today, because we are quite close to the 24th of February, the only appropriate choice is a shirt with a coat of arms of Ukraine. I'd like to start my speech by saying that Enrico Fermi and his family were refugees, just like we are currently facing the influx of refugees. Fermi fled from the Mussolini dictatorship, which was fascist and anti-Semitist. He knowingly collaborated with the US Manhattan Project for developing nuclear weapon. This program aimed to give an exceptional weapon advantage before the last century's evil of the world, German Nazis and Japanese imperialists. Participating in this project was not an easy decision for Enrico Fermi because he was aware of the destructive force of nuclear weapons. But nuclear weapons have also helped to ensure peace between the great powers of the world for more than 70 years. And indeed, it is thanks to the US President Eisenhower's initiative, Atoms for Peace, that the US also helped promote the production of nuclear energy across the world. Let us not forget that nuclear energy started from the US, but the evil has not disappeared from the world. When Putin attacked Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, his war against Ukraine had already lasted for 8 years. But the brutality, criminality of this attack, the knowing, planned, and systemic torturing, murdering, and bombing of civilians across Ukraine for months is shocking for the entire civilized world. How did we get here? It was through our own foolishness, ourselves, the West's foolishness. Nord Stream, i.e. the cheap Russian gas, was so tempting for Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, and other countries who had an understanding approach towards Russia. It was attractive enough to make us close our eyes to the crimes committed in Crimea and Donbass. Unfortunately, Thomas is right. Even after Russia is beaten by Ukraine and the free world, imperialism will not disappear in Russia, and these attitudes will not change easily. The temptation of cheap Russian oil and gas will not leave easily. It will persevere. We can see that Orban and Austria are saying that we must ensure peace at all costs. We know very well what they are saying. Incomes from fossil fuels that go to Russia and the dependence on Russia in Europe can only end once and for all in one way: if we reach the end of fossil fuel use during one generation. The situation of climate change is also terrible. CO2 emissions went up last year rather than going down. So the possibility of avoiding a 2-degree increase in the average temperatures by the end of the century is rather unlikely. Avoiding the temptation of Russian gas and the deterioration of climate crisis is in the interests of Estonian energy security. Energy and security have always been related in the history of mankind. They have always been connected, and therefore, in the interests of security, it is important for Estonia to choose a reliable energy partner. As we've seen in the past 12 months, there is no better security and energy partner on this planet than the United States of America. American technology, whether it be software, electronics, electric cars, or warfare, is the best of the world. Estonian defense forces trust American infantry weapons and missile launchers. And we have every reason to trust the American GE Hitachi in terms of the design of nuclear power plants, fuel and operation support, as well as training. Fermi aims to ensure the affordable, stable electricity security of supply to Estonian consumers as fast as possible. It is only through the stable electricity prices that that companies can plan their investments and make their budgets without being afraid of where cutoffs. Consumers want to avoid the volatile nature of prices. Consumers need affordable prices at all times, and European experience for decades in the sector of nuclear energy shows that it is possible to offer affordable prices and at the same time offer great benefits for the owners. We want to make things better by selling nuclear energy only for partners with stable contracts, both business and private consumers, both the state and public entities. The production of nuclear energy is not detrimental for consumers in any way. There is already a shortage of reliable production capacities in Estonia and in the Baltics at large. Let us not forget that last year, Estonian electricity users paid more than 800 million euros more than in the year 2020, and the state paid 200 million euros in subsidies. It is in general interest not to have such shocks and surprises in terms of price increases. The energy sector should provide security to our economy rather than lack thereof. Fermi Energia is trying to reach these goals by taking into account the complexity of nuclear energy as fast as possible, by engaging more developers, more capital, more suppliers of Estonian components, and more staff. This requires our partnership with GE Hitachi within Estonia and at the international level. I would like to give my thanks again, although I gave my thanks at dinner last night. I mentioned that operating a nuclear power plant is as difficult as constructing it. It is much more than just the staff. It is the compound of products, services that need to come together. It is not only the physical devices, but it is the software needs, the mentality, the attitudes which need to be aimed at long-term serving of the society, long-term stability, and a thought-through way of doing things. Short-term goals and nuclear energy do not go hand in hand. It is irresponsible to aim for short-term goals in the sector of nuclear energy. The third goal is to speed up the use of small modular reactors through partnerships in Holland, Ukraine, and elsewhere, and at the same time reduce environmental costs. By working together, we will increase safety, exchange experience, reduce costs for everyone, increase the awareness among investors, and be able to reach common goals. Looking at the capacities of oil shale and natural gas production, and knowing that the electricity production needs to double, we must take into account that we need additional production capacities that ensure that electric cars are being charged overnight. Taking this into account, over the next 30 years, Europe requires 300 plants like this with different flags. These goals are not easy to achieve, but let us remember, in 20 years, France built 50, I repeat, 50 reactors with a capacity of 600 to 1,400 megawatts. They built 50 in 20 years. Today things have changed, but it is sure to be something that requires exceeding expectations. These goals are worth taking investment risks, reaching PhD degrees, and dedicating your life to. This is in the interests of serving Estonia and the world. And this is the true reason why we founded Fermi Energia and why we are motivated every single day. What gives us the certainty that Fermi Energia and Estonia will be able to construct and operate small reactor power plant? Although Elon Musk is not very popular at the moment, I'd like to quote him and say, maybe we won't be able to do it, but we must try. What gives most certainty is our actions. The next action on our side, in addition to the choice of technology and studies, will be to submit an application for starting a special plan to the state in 11 months. The private sector is responsible for making suggestions, and the state makes the decisions. We will meet again at the next conference in a year's time, and we will continue our discussions in an open, evidence-based manner, serving Estonia. And I'd like to conclude with saying that nuclear energy is secure, safe, and cheap. Thank you.
Okay.
Aitäh, Kalevile.
Thank you very much, Kalev, and thank you all for participating today. It has been a very interesting day. So our program has been quite intense, but now we have about an hour and we can spend that time networking, because I saw that the coffee breaks were very busy, people wanted to talk, and now you have the opportunity. And the Fermi Energia team, if you could come here, and we'll have a family photo. Thank you all.